Hello, duelists, and welcome back. I am back from Michigan, and ready to stream.
I thought that Jesse
How y'all
was
doing?
cooked.
Dang, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. Wow, fucking 12 months already. That's crazy. Thank you so much. 1 year with the goat, been a quick year. Exactly. Many more to come, right? Appreciate you very much. How is my trip? It could have gone a bit better, but overall it was fine. Obviously, any trip there's bound to be some issues that arise, and that sucks. Thank you, Triff, for being the source of this trip's complications for the most part. On people did I turn skip? I'm so sorry, enemy. I drew Arcana Force the World 0 times all tournament. Yeah, I just drew 0. I drew the head of Exodia like 6 times. I drew. Fuck, I do. Dude, there were some cards I drew like every game. I drew the one Darume cannon a lot as well. Bro, my opponent was tilted. I went, like, it was post side. I'm going second, and I Darumed them. And they're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, well, it was better than a, like, yeah, I have other terrible cards in my deck. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Did I have a better record than Ray? Yes, way better. Ray went 1-3. I went 6-3. So yeah. Classic trivia. He forgot his passport at home, so that was fun. As well as we need to go back to my house, and he needed to like ship stuff and didn't know how, so we went like back to my house after leaving my house to help him like package his parcel and then ship it from the States. So we like got into Detroit, maybe like, or Michigan, like 3 hours after we kind of wanted to, which sucked because we couldn't like go for food in a nice spot. We ended up doing for food instead. And don't crucify me, guys. I don't like this. I'm not happy we did. We got fucking Denny's. Yeah, it was not very good. I'm not happy with that choice. And then regionals finished. We wanted to get back on the road, so we went something a little easier as well at BJ's. BJ's is fine. I think BJ's is good as far as easy choices go.
I thought that Jesse
It's not
was
brilliant, but I'm happy with it. Josh Steph, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. But okay, I guess if we're doing a quick regional discussion, let me do that so I can segment this out and put it into a highlight. So I'm not going to give away too much what happened with the regional this weekend, partially because I do plan on making a video about it, and I can show you guys the notes. And if you really want to read about everything that happened, you can slow down the video. Actually, it's probably going to be hard as shit to read, but these are all notes I've written, wrote down from between games. This is all from this regional. Yeah. And the idea here, this will give me a good idea of how to discuss what happened. That way I can make a good video explaining my thought processes and all that, and how I won with a rather poor deck. In fact, let me put it on stream real quick. So expect an actual video for all what's about to be shown here. This is the regional deck. Quick shoutouts to Max Reynolds and Eternal Games, based out of somewhere near Detroit. I think it's like Clinton Township or something. They lent me a lot of the cards that I did not have, many of which would have been rather hard to find, including stuff like Dino Mist fucking Rex, which I genuinely thought it would just be like really hard to get. Not simple, but he actually made it that finding cards was rather easy, so thank you. And I had a lot of the deck already as well. Yeah, this is what I played. This is a deck that Twitch chat built for me, and honestly it's not as bad as it looks, because it's pretty much a Draco Tail with 20 bricks, and I can make that work. Now there'll be an in-depth video on this another time, but this was also the first weekend with the new end of match procedures, the new time rules. Now, a bit of a refresher. The old end of time rules, there were 45 minutes, and then when match ended, so when time was called, the phase would end, and then after the phase was over, whoever had more life points would win that duel, and then he would decide who wins the match based on game count If 1-1 it's a draw, 2-0 it's a win for the player who won twice, 2-1 is the same thing with the player who won twice, 1-0 is a player for the, yeah, I mean, you guys get that point. The new time rules are 50 minutes instead, but if time is called, so if all 50 minutes expire, then both players lose the match instantaneously. There is nothing else that can be done. Now, the reason for doing that, we've discussed already, is to stop intentional drawing, which is a problem, as well as people stalling for time to try and win with kind of malicious tactics, you know, like stalling and then burning, etc. And I know that's a divisive issue on how good the new time rules are, but I pretty much expressed that I'm mostly positive. Triff spam texting me. I'm gonna just mute my phone. So yeah. Did you ever resolve generosity? No, I would never activate that card. I fucking drew it and just sat in my hand. Thank you. A card does nothing. Why would I ever activate this card? Read this card, guys. Return 2 cards from your hand to the deck and then shuffle your deck. I drew this. I never used it. Very obviously. Okay. So people were worried that with some grind games, they would kind of last really long, and then as a result, you go to time and both players would just lose. And that means, obviously, that some fun games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of just don't get to happen, which is obviously a shame. But I think it fixes other big issues that did exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, some people say that it's to get tournaments over faster. I don't think this is really the reason. The old time rules already accomplished that and getting it faster from the old time rules, where it was turns. And honestly, I haven't found events for the most part to run too late. When they run late, it's usually because of administrative issues. For example, YC's Vancouver's day 1 ended really quickly. It was around 6 p.m., maybe even earlier. And that was 8 rounds. That wasn't like a small tournament. I mean, for YCS standards, it was small, but it wasn't exactly a locals either. Anyways, the regional here did run decently quick. Anytime there's a policy change, I do expect some sort of delays, as people don't know the rules. They try to abuse the rules. And we only had 1 round in which there was actually a delay, and it was like 18 minutes. It really wasn't that bad. So I was very happy with how the judge staff and the TOs were able to keep things going, and they made sure that there weren't like any huge issues. Obviously, this was the first weekend that the new time rules were in effect, so people were still getting used to it, right? And there were some announcements, including that you cannot wait for time to end and then debate with your opponent if one player should concede after the time has gone up. That is actually grounds for disqualification, they said. I'm quoting them. I have no idea if it's true or not. I'm assuming it is, so I guess don't do that. If you're going to concede to your opponents because they're going to win, just do that before the time is called. But it does mean that, in theory, it should stop matches from extending past 50 minutes, right? Because people go 50 minutes and they argue for 20. It's a problem. Anyways, yeah, that was not a problem at all. So then people ask, okay, how is it for me? How were the 50 minutes double game loss rules? So I did not go into time a single time. I did not have to deal with the game loss stuff at all, which was super nice. And that automatically meant it was positive, right? I feel like the only time I'd ever feel negatively about is if I went to time. In truth, even in other formats, I don't go to time very often. Now, there were a couple times I got a little close, never crazy. No, there was one time. I got around 10 minutes left in the clock about 2 or 3 times. And then one time I got down to 3 minutes in the clock. Important to note that some of the games where that would happen is because there's a long grindy game 1. So then game 2 I was able to win, but if I'd lost the game 2, it probably would have been rough. It probably would have ended in double game loss. So I'll give you an example. I think it was my round 7 against a Dracotel mirror match. I played a grind game versus Dracotel, right? And if you've played that matchup, you'll know that there's not really bloods in the same way that some other matchups do. And because your hand or the deck is mostly removal based disruption, but it's not weak to removal, it plays well into itself. And yeah, you get these kind of long drawn out games. Even if they're only still like 5 turns each, that's way more than normal for modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And a lot happens on both players' turns. So it is a lot to keep track of. And yeah.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Ray, thanks so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. Anyways, so that game one took like 35 minutes. And by the time I was able to win game one, which I think it was a good game, and my, I guess, knowledge of being good at the game kind of helped me there to win. It's now in a situation where I have to win game two in 15 minutes, where the first one took 35. That's not always the easiest thing in the world. And then if I lose that game, I have to win the next game three with even less time, depending on how long it takes me to concede game two. I remember looking in my hand game two. My opponent was playing at a fast pace, thankfully, so we had a chance to play out some turns, and I was debating conceding because it was looking a little rough for me. I think, though, one thing that happens, though, is nobody wants the double game loss, so they'll play faster as time approaches. And ironically, it can cause people to make mistakes. As a rushing event, I think my opponent made some hasty decisions that I can capitalize on. And even though I was thinking conceding, I was able to recover, and I won with about 3 minutes left. So it's a 2-0 that took 47 minutes. Important to note that if it were all time rules, that the match wouldn't have been able to complete properly. New time rules, the extra 5 minutes didn't matter. And I do think that'll happen a lot, where a lot of matches that wouldn't have reached an actual conclusion by 45 minutes will by 55 minutes does actually make a big difference, especially when players are playing at an appropriate pace without any incentive to cheat, i.e. slow play and whatever. So yeah, every other match was pretty decent. There were some grind games that took a bit longer as well. For example, a grind game versus Rizal Mitsu took quite a while, and then, but that game one took like 30 minutes or 28 minutes, whatever. There's just over 20 on the clock at the end, and that's not bad, right? Because game two, I looked at my hand, it was terrible, full of the stupid bricks you guys saw in my hand, and I just conceded. I mean, I didn't concede straight away, but I kind of felt out how my opponent's disruption would be. I saw it to be too much, and by the time game three started, there were like 18 minutes left. I went first, and the game was a simple game. It wasn't a long grind, but 18 minutes is realistically enough to play a game. The match ended after 8, so I still had 10 on the clock when it ended, but I had time to make sure that all was good. TJ, 30 freaking months. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. Now, obviously, I'm not the only person with experiences, and it's also one tournament, so sample size is not huge, but I stand by that from my perspective. This does look like a good change. Obviously, it does make rogue matchups harder because having read your opponent's cards eats time away, as well as if you're less experienced with the deck, it's hard as well to have to learn things. So, yeah, I do wonder if other people had these same sort of feelings that I did. I know Triff did, but he also only played 3 rounds before leaving, going drinking at a sports bar with his brother, so doesn't really mean that much. I know he played a long grind game versus Santoli, which he lost, but they got to play a full match, and you can go watch his video on that as well. But it should illustrate how when players are well equipped to know what they're doing, most of the time you really shouldn't have issues. I don't want to advocate for the system as some perfect solution, but I don't think there is a perfect solution. I think that there were issues that existed before that are solved by this new rule, and while new issues may arise, I think they're ultimately a lesser evil than the alternative. So I was happy with that. I'm excited to play in more tournaments and see if they kind of yield the same results. But yeah. Also, I know some people said that their regionals ended with 0 undefeateds. We had Santoli win our regionals, win 9-0. If you don't know that name, you can search it up in YouTube. Steven Santoli, fantastic Canadian player as well. And yeah, he knows what he's doing, right? So he made sure to not go to time. And while, yeah, sometimes you can't play around it or you can't avoid it, most of the time you really can. And we had a first place undefeated player. And I'm not trying to like discredit anybody who went with regionals with no undefeateds, that means there were no good players. But I'm just saying that honestly, most of the time it is or should be avoidable. And I think if you're well studied up for any tournament, it'll be infrequent that you end up having double game losses. But yeah. Felix played 2 regionals over the weekend and said he loved it. Felix, who? Pfeiffer? Some of the German side of things. Yeah. I imagine most people will like it. I think a lot of people just need to see it in effect to kind of soak it in. The general thing is people are hesitant to change, so anything will cause frustrations. I think that's somewhat normal, which is actually ironic because balance has changed and we love that, but for policy stuff and most other stuff in life, I guess we're almost allergic to it. Yeah, I mean, I'll continue to give you guys my thoughts and opinions as tournaments progress, and that way you guys all get a better feel on how I feel about the time stuff. I'm curious if anybody's regionals went like completely disastrously because of the time rules, or it was just a couple matches here and there, because it can happen.
I thought that Jesse was
Yami
cooked.
Crimson, thanks so much to the sub, appreciate it. Former world champ, yes. Jesus, 36 months. Damn, 3 years. That's actually crazy. I forgot how long some of y'all have been here, how long I've been in content creation now for. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. You played the Dutch Open last weekend. You never had problems with time. Great. Do you know about anybody else who had problems? I know some players, and this is not to be mean, they just play slower. So that's you. It might be something that's an issue. One of my friends who does play slower than myself didn't go to time, which was nice. Assad. And one tournament, again, it's not the biggest sample size, but it was still nice. And this was 9 rounds. Speaking of, like, someone like Ryan Yu plays faster than me. I play what I think is a bit faster than moderate, but I'm not the speediest either, nor am I slow. Yeah, people play at different speeds because we don't think the same. That is fairly normal, so just keep that in mind as we discuss this as well, and shape these opinions to your own mind. When's next Toronto Regional? I think they announced it today. It's going to be sometime in January. You're all for anything that stops time at cheese/slow play. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Logical thinking and knowing about tiebreakers. Are you talking about the whole prisoner dilemma shit? Honestly, I'm sure there's a video on it, and I know there is. Maybe that's something we want to watch later. I haven't really done the math. I'm just going to be an honorable, good person about it, and that is, I will concede if I think it is reasonable. I'm going to lose the game. My opponent doesn't in the reverse situation. That sucks, but I'm not going to impose my morality or ethics on them, and that's what I intend to do. So. Yeah. Oh, unless they're like complete douche. If they're a complete douche, then I'm not conceding. Like if someone's trying to shark, or they're just being rude. But that's really a minority. I don't want to convey that as some sort of information. But normally, if I think I'm going to lose the game and time is going to be called, I'll just concede. Luckily enough to have that happen. But yeah. Doug earlier was talking the new time rules was putting more pressure on him because he didn't want to sabotage his opponent because he hasn't played modern and would have had to read a lot. I think the rules are bad at locals for that reason. You need some place to foster learning. Regionals, OTS championships maybe, and YCSs. Like the thing is, what is considered competitive and what is considered a big event is subjective. Right? To some people, a regional could mean a lot. Like that could be their tournament in months that they're preparing for, or even all year. Myself, that's not true, right? The YCS is more important. So there's subjectiveness to there. So I would argue regional is a place where I foster learning and I fuck around. But whereas the regional for other people is more competitive and more of something to chase. If that's the case, then keeping that as a competitive level event is fine. What I mean by that is competitive level events is fine to have this type of rule set because it stops manipulation and the sort of maliciousness that can exist with the old time rules. But locals need to be more forgiving. And it's a very harsh time rule right now. And it doesn't foster learning as well either. And I think that does dissuade locals, it dissuade casuals, people from playing. And yeah, I think that different time rules have always existed because even how the number of minutes on a clock is changes per event. Like, for example, top 8 of YC has 55 minutes on the clock before. Maybe now it's 60. That didn't change the locals. The top cut of locals wasn't more time. So the point is, if they're going to have a slightly different policy for events, I think they should just embrace that. And that's not a bad thing. As long as you announce that at the round 1 of regionals. And I think that's fine. I've many regionals in Toronto. They'll announce any differences that there are in policy to make sure any newcomers are well sort of adapted to the environment. I think that's great. I love when the game is welcoming newcomers because I want the game to live. But yeah. All right, I'm a bit behind on these Twitch comments. Let me read back. Excited for Duty Go. Okay. Anyways, what's the next regional YCS in my area? What are you in my area? You don't have to consider my area. In Toronto, the next regional is not for a while. It's just Niagara in October. Yeah, it would be that. That'd be in my area. You have resting douche face. Thank you for that helpful, insightful comment into our discussion. Thank you, Heinz Ketchum. It was cool to see you and Triff show up at Lansing Regional. That's around between Centennial and Triff's Peak. I didn't get to watch it, but I heard it was cool. Do I go to locals often? So, no. Honestly, I go to locals and my local game store. I know the guys very well as they run it, and I show up like as they're closing because I stay afterwards and then play board games and shit. To actually play locals, it depends on how busy I am. Lately, I have not had time. So it's been a few months, but there have been periods in the year where I'll go like weekly. It depends. It really just depends. Triff's trying to drag me out more often, but we'll see. Do you think the rule? Do you think that this rule may affect opponents not really practical at the game? What do you mean? Especially in the first rounds of big tournaments that can sack you out of a match. No. It's the same as other rules. Variants. I mean, yes, you can get sacked out of the game, but that happens with anything. With any of the rules, with people just drawing better. People are, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that, because yes, you can get sacked out of a match. Also, most of the time, people, when they say they got sacked, are just misblaming themselves. They either deck built bad or they actually messed up. They just don't see it. But regardless, like, no matter what variants exist, I don't know what to tell you. And if your opponent's taking a long time, I guess this is a big one. Never feel bad about calling a judge. Actually, that's not true. Be nice to your opponent. Like, don't shark them over literally everything. Don't shark them. There's a way to keep the game in the correct game state and moving at a proper pace and calling a judge when necessary. And then there's every minor thing. Judge. Don't do that. But when your opponent does something that's illegal or you do something you're not sure about, don't be afraid to call a judge. For example, I'm honestly not sure about this still, but I activated the Dracotail Horn Trap, targeting one of my Dracotail monsters that will get banished if it leaves the field. And then I was wondering, okay, it gets banished now. Do I draw a card still? I'm like, I'm not sure. My opponent says they think I do. And I'm like, you know what? Why are we speculating? Judge. Not a problem. It's fine. I was wrong, by the way, or my opponent was wrong. I wasn't sure anyways. I don't draw. That's why I call a judge. There's really no shame in it. So it's the same thing. If you need your opponent to play faster, especially because they're not used to it, just be polite about it. And honestly, it's not a big deal. First ask them if they can speed up. It is important to maintain a proper pace of play. If they don't, and it might not be intentional, it might be just because they're nervous and not used to it, or they're not used to playing with a clock, and then call a judge. It's you need to maintain that balance of sportsmanship, as well as maintaining the game state correctly. You don't let your opponent cheat because they're a little kid. It doesn't do them favors either, in my opinion. Yeah. Let me catch up with the rest of the questions here. Do you think are people really saying that you should get a judge if a player reads a card twice? Are people really saying that? I see that's what you asked. I don't know. I never heard that before. So people may wonder why I read a card. In fact, I've had some comments on my YouTube saying, dude, Jesse, you're cheating, you're slow playing. Stop reading cards, you know what they do. And it dumbfounds me, because it's like, do you expect me to read or to memorize literally every word on every card that exists within the game? Most of the time when I'm reading things, I'm skimming for key points, which is why you'll see me pick up a card for 2 seconds and put it down. It's because I'm not looking for the exact effect. I'm looking for, is it a semicolon or a colon? Because that indicates if it activates, if it doesn't activate, if it's a cost, or I'm looking if a card has to go to the graveyard to resolve, so that it doesn't work under Herald the Arclight. It's looking for grammar and specification, and because I know rulings at a decent level, I'm doing that so I can intuit how to approach my plays. But Sometimes I'll read a card for one thing, and then I'm like, wait, I need to know about another thing as well. And I'll put it down. I read a card for punctuation, and then I'm like, wait, does it have a graveyard effect as well? So I'll pick it up and browse, make sure I didn't miss an effect. That's normal. I'm not lying about it because I'm not reading the card in its full. I'm skimming for key elements of a card. That should be extremely commonplace. Do not mess up because you're afraid to read your opponent's cards, but also don't call it judge on that either. There is obviously a limit to what's egregious. And again, hold your own if you feel something's not right, but it is completely normal to read cards, even if you know what it does at a broad level. I can tell you what almost any card does at a broad level, like this is a Rhoda, but there are specifications on Rhodas. For example, is Tenki once per turn or is it not? I know it's once per turn, but maybe it's not completely intuitive for someone who hasn't played as long as I have. You know generally what it does, not exactly. And that's my point. Okay. When's the next streamed big TCG tournament? It should be YCS Anaheim in October. Okay. Oh, yes, Leo, you're right. Leo's an end of month. That would be the next big one, yeah. Do I still play DB? Never. Never play DB. It's more than just text reading, it's attribute, type, etc. Exactly, right? And you'll remember most attributes to a card, right? Most things that it does or has going for it, but to remember everything is just crazy. It's not normal. You did that even when you won against Tempai? Yeah, exactly. So I had somebody in the comments saying Jesse is cheating for reading Dora Draco. Like, so why I read that card is I know it has a second effect. I don't remember what it is. I know what it does on summon. It searches. That's the important effect. But I'm trying to make sure that its second effect isn't something that's going to fuck me. So that's why I read it. And I had people tell me I was cheating. Like, there's 40 minutes in the clock. Shut up. I'm not slow playing. That match went nowhere close to the time. I was also focusing on Master Duel at that point in the year. So my knowledge on cards that weren't legal in TCG or in Master Duel wasn't as high either, which was Tempai wasn't out yet. So I'm not going to defend myself more. I think I've been pretty vocal about my opinions on that. And I am firm, and that is the way to do it. Usually I'm open to being wrong and stuff. I think if you argue me on that point, you're kind of an asshole. We should spend the rest of the stream playing Tier and Master Duel. Nope. Shit like chaotic elements and dark spirits memory can be called Rhodas, but they can be belled because they add graveyard to hand and they're easy to forget. Reading the card helps. Yep, that too. Reading if Blue Eyes is an invincible machine for cost. Actually, you're wrong. You haven't read Blue Eyes because Blue Eyes has invincible engine of destruction. Actually, does it? Let me check. This legendary dragon is a powerful engine of destruction. Virtually invincible, very few face this awesome creature and live to tell the tale. Standard Yu-Gi-Oh player, doesn't read, messes up their own joke. Gotcha. Had an opponent call me out translation on a foreign card one time. The next turn, opponent summoned the exact same card in English. It was weird. Nah, so the problem is I've done that as well, and there's a few reasons why. For one, if I have to read a card myself, like in my extra deck, and you don't know what I'm playing yet, it's it could be like it could give away information that I'm playing the same deck as you, right? I don't want to do that. So reading your card is just the easier solution, as well as I may have not drawn the card yet. So yeah, I don't think that's a problem. If he's calling a judge over trying to shark, that's a different problem. But if you just are pulling it up on Neuron or reading it for 10 seconds, that's fine. If it happens over and over and over again, okay, then something's wrong, but I've done that and that's fine. Quick question. You finished your Ubel deck in Master Duel. Do you think Ubel is good enough to get Master still? Yeah, probably. Okay, any questions pertaining to how the tournament went in regards to time or their general time discussion things? Because I am, yeah. And that was kind of what I wanted to touch on real quick here. And I think we've had a pretty productive discussion, hopefully fostering some good vibes, some good opinions, as well as good habits. But If there's more to talk about, I am all here for it. So hi to daughter. Hello, Aliana. How does TCG feel in general? What is a format? I love the TCG. I love the best of 3 format much more than Master Duel. I love TCG as a structure more than Master Duel for sure, but sometimes the format is better in Master Duel. I'm a card player. I love the physical game. That won't change. You'll never see me go fully digital, but I still love Master Duel and I'm happy to play both. I'm not gonna forsake Master Duel like Josh wants to. Actually, I think something I wanted to react to later was Josh's video, because I think it's something about those lines, but I haven't watched it. You guys can tell me if it's even worth watching or not. Because we actually don't share all the same opinions. We're unique people. Even though I had 2 people at the regional last weekend call me Josh. Thank you guys. Apparently it doesn't happen to him. You guys call me Josh, not him Jesse. Like, come on, not fair. No, the format feels good. I enjoy the physical interaction as well. The traveling's fun. I saw some friends from Michigan that I hadn't seen. Obviously I saw Ray again. I saw Ray last week though. I was still happy to see him. Hello, Ray. Yes, he is literally here. Joshua Cotton or Jesse Schmidt? Nope, Joshua Schmidt. That's what they call me. Really? Yes. But yeah, no, I mean, I had a good time. I had a very good time. Joshy Cotton, yes. Did the 5 extra minutes change anything? Did you feel the extra time? It mattered once, but it also would have impacted other games, right? Because there were other games where they would have been 5 minutes less than the clock. I would have considered conceding sooner to get to game 3 or to finish game 1. So the 5 minutes absolutely mattered. But I could have told you that. Even when there were 45 minutes on the clock, there were many of the times where I did go to time that would have been solved if there were just 5 more minutes on the clock. So I'm very happy with that change. How was WWE in Paris? It was fun. It was fun. Okay, any last remarks regarding time before we move on to a different subject? You can talk with WWE in a second. I don't want to. I don't want to rush this. Because I want to make. I'm a YouTuber, man. I'm gonna make YouTube content out of this. All right. I think that's all for now. So go play the TCG, guys. It's good right now. The format's great, and don't be scared with new time rules. You'll be all right. It's not perfect, but it's better than before. How bad the tins are? I'll be opening them soon. They came in last night. What the fuck? I thought I had a case next to me. I do. It's behind me there. Okay. Do I work with people individually through Patreon? What do you mean by work individually? Did you feel players started to speed up when you were getting closer to time? Like all of a sudden you find out they can actually play at a faster pace than before? Yes, but it's not the same thing. Like they're playing worse because they're speeding up. It's not the same as slow playing and speeding up. Watch AJ Lee return. I haven't. I don't keep up with Raw like that or WWE. I've watched enough of it. I consider myself a casual watcher. Like I watch when I have friends who want to watch it or go to something, and I'm down. Like so, I know all the characters and some storylines, but I wouldn't throw it on by myself. So yeah. That being said, WWE was still cool. Like I knew about some of the drama and stuff, but it was cool seeing all the famous wrestlers there. Had 2 different seats over there, Sunday night and Monday night for Raw and for Clash. I had seats that were closer to like the runway on the second night, so closer up to the people, like really close to them. And then the Sunday night, better view of the ring, but a little farther back. Cool seeing like John Cena and all that. It was fun. I had a good time. Vibes are good. Very loud in Europe, which is like a football game. I remember going to a Chelsea game and they were just yelling to the other team, "You fucking suck," constantly, and it felt like that, which was super funny. Have I seen Peacemaker? Nope, not yet. It's on my to watch list, but it's hard for me to find time to watch TV. Do I do like lessons? No, I don't. I don't have time for one-on-one coaching. If I did, I'd have to charge like a lot to make it worth my time, to be honest, because it is pretty intensive work. and I'd feel uncomfortable doing that. So maybe in the future, but not right now. To me, these rules, regionals and above, are great. At locals, they cause issues. Yeah, I'm glad people are agreeing with me because I think my logic is pretty sound. But anyways. Are you playing in YCS? Anaheim's the next one. Did I join in on the Logan sucks chant? I did not scream anything. I don't do that. I'm Canadian. We don't scream like that. Everyone else around me was screaming and chanting and then doing the John Cena na 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 something like that. God, it was, or the Jey Uso, and they do like this. I didn't do any of that, but everyone around me was doing that. It's a vibe though. It's cool. Have you met Triff? Oh, in terms of the yelling thing. Dude, Triff is an anomaly. I don't know what to tell you, man. He's also not always like that. Yeet. Yeah. Bro, Ray fucking fell asleep during that. He fell asleep halfway through. Unk was tired. Triff, though, like, he's definitely more vocal when he's on camera. But he's somewhat like that off camera still. But either way, he mellows out a lot. He goes like bursts of high energy then mellows out. So like, you guys don't know the full Triff. Just saying. He's not always screaming and yelling, because if he was, fuck, I'd probably get sick of him. You played Triff at a regional a few weeks back and he was super chill. Yeah, like, he's not just Pembestek constantly. That's not actually what he's like. It's super funny that that's the persona he's built up, and sometimes he can be like that, but it's honestly not like a constant. Anyways, were there any new cards announced for us to review over the weekend? Actually, we can just check, right? Thank you for whoever told me to message MDM, by the way. I now have an Adless account. I have a pro account. Thank you so much. They gave me it for free. Any news? Treasure Panther. Have I read this? I don't think I have September 6th. Wait, same thing. Musketeers. I've read this. 2 cards? 2 cards. It's like Treasure Panda. That'd be cool. That card is sick. Level 1 Earth Beast. If they set monsters on the field, oh, it's Mimigal. Special this card from your hand. To the 3 set monsters, change to attack mode. Then if you change 3 monsters to attack mode, it's like 9 damage to your opponents. And this card is flip face up. You can send 1 normal from your deck to the grave. Okay, so this is just like supposed to be another Mimigal Archfiend card. This is not bad. It's like play a heavier Mimigal engine. Also, Enneacraft? Maybe. Did I read the fine print? I have to take Decade to Worlds. Yeah. I guess I can announce my team is going to be Sam and Pack, I think, if we can qualify together. Get Supreme Pro to Worlds. That'd be cool, right? Me, Sam, Pack. My videos with TSX1, does he actually bother you? Most of the time, no. But I'm not gonna lie, sometimes he can get on my nerves. Like, but it's not the stuff you guys think it is. What I actually had to pull him aside after and say, yo, don't fucking do that again, was when I hate when he does this. He mutes for half an hour and just makes us do his video. And I'm like, dude, we're on your channel. This is your fucking video. We're not filming it for you. We're in it together. Because we're not being paid or anything, obviously. So it's like, dude, fucking be in your own video, man. He's done it twice, and I told him stop doing that because it really pisses me off. And that one cheesed me. To be fair, Sam can lock in when he doesn't do stupid things for content. Sam is a solid player, and definitely can. Also, if we're at Worlds, Pack and Sam, their dynamic is like this. They got second in a team YCS. and Pat can help Sam a lot. Y'all seen them in videos together. They're like fucking brothers. They're on some demon shit, and then they also just like parrot each other. They're almost the same person. They got the Thai blood flowing through them. Fuck. I've known Sam longer than he's known Pac. I'm not as close as those two. Those two are so close. Maybe a little too close. I don't know what happens in their hotel rooms, if you know what I'm saying. Are we gonna grind the DCs? Yes. I'm not sure if I want to stream yet because it does make focusing a little harder, but yeah. You love when I yell at Pac or Sam to stop coaching during videos, dude. Yeah. All right. Next card, Magical Musket Casper. 2 monsters including a light fiend. So this is just Fiendsmith support. Great. Unless it's locks into muskets. This card is link summoned. Take 2 muskets from your hand or deck, including a monster. Special one of those monsters and set the other card to your opponent's field. Oh, and then you can go max. That's pretty good. During either player's turn, you can activate musket spells or traps from your hand. That's great. And you don't even need a musket to make this. How proud are you of Nesh? Dude, I was proud of him. We filmed Master Madness yesterday. Oh my god. I'm ready for you guys to see that video. Nesh comes guns blazing and fucking O2s again. Bro has... Someone has to go and count the win rates of everybody in Master Madness. Nesh's has to be by far the worst. Like, not even close. This card is good. This card is very good. Get some more musket decks. I wonder if you play any of the musket spells now. You might, maybe 1 or 2 of them, because they're not that bad. Especially you have more ways to turn them on. Because this could also be an end board piece, right? Because it can also just turn on like the counter trap and such. Cool card. 2k attack as well is also not that small. 2k attack link 2 is like pretty big. Not big enough to beat Baguska, but still pretty big. Neat. More pendulum hate. Oh, because you put their musket card in their pen zone. That's hilarious. I don't know if that'll ever come up, but if it does, that'd be awesome. Dude, that's my favorite thing about Snake Eye. If I ever thought I was playing against Pend FTK in Master Duel, I'm just go Flame Burge, put it into the spell and trap card zone, and they just lose. It's so awesome. I love it. And that's all the new stuff that came out, right? Yeah. Cool. The card art is cool. I'm not too drawn to any of the magical musket cards, I'm not gonna lie. All kind of whatever to me. Okay. Do you guys want to do some reaction content first or open a case of Megatons? How are we feeling? Was also cooks pendulum because of spirits effect. They can only summon 1 monster at a time. That was intended though, because that came out like when Metal Foes and whatever was playable. I'll do a poll. What do? React open tins.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
All right, vote away, my friends. Vote away. We'll try to get to everything today either way. See, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Which video react? I want to watch the one of the Aaron McInnes videos with an OCG player. And I also want to watch Josh's video that things are going to change because I'm curious what it's about. I haven't watched it yet. It seems like a big video. Reaction poll for 4. Well, unfortunately, the sub buys you more channel points, which can be used in some polls. But I'm not going to let you sway here with 1 sub. I will be a man of democracy. How much selling the dividers for? I don't have actual tins. I got the bundles, so yeah. He quit for One Piece. Don't spoil. Although I doubt that's what he did. He loves Yu-Gi-Oh. Surprised he came out as a Trump supporter. Oh my god. Open tins. Josh is a Pokemon player like me. Oh guys, look at this. Yeah, I have Pokemon Pocket. Ray plays this on stream. Should I have like after hours Pokemon Pocket streams if I ever want to do this? I want to leave the door open for me to switch to Pokemon at some point because I think it's just better. But like as a company, Pokemon is a better company. Just bigger prizes, bigger community, bigger IP. Sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh. I love both. Different reasons, but I hit Master Ball rank. Look, my Suicune deck. It's kind of hard to build decks in Pocket then we just start. Yeah, my friends gave me cards, so it wasn't that bad to be honest. Is the screen cracked? Yes. Do I whale in Pocket? I spent maybe $400 to get like most of the cards. But I wouldn't call that whaling. And then I have the premium pass. You're a part of a Pocket team, but you don't play it. So your teammates have to coach you. Nice. You have all the immersives. I have 2 Giratinas, 2 Suicunes. I pulled one the other day. Oh well, Herman pulled it for me on my phone. Oh, Buzzwole. I had a Buzzwole. Oh, and I have 2 Lugias as well. For some reason, I have 2 of them. So, yeah. Maybe I'll do some Pokemon in the future. We'll see. I'm not rushing it either. It's a time thing. Right now, I play like when I'm on the toilet or I'm in bed or whatever. Yeah. Creation this weekend has already met a deck. Yeah, I know. Dude, so the pack came out while we were at Worlds, and within 20 packs, I pulled both. I pulled two immersives already, which is crazy. Well, Metasheep in Pocket as well. Did you see the deck that I played this weekend? Fucking Metasheep my ass. All right, let's open tins. Okay. So for those who don't know, this product is a little different. There are tins, but there's also bundles, which are pretty much tins without the tins. And they're much more compact. So that's what I have, not actual tins. And you guys will see what they look like shortly. Stack time. Do you guys want me to do the stack? Fuck. I guess I can do the stack. I'll just move some of the expensive stuff off.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Put that over. And the rest doesn't have to move. And I have sleeves already over here for Starlights. Actually, the Starlights kind of suck. I'm not gonna do that. Logic, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. What cards am I hoping to pull? Honestly, I've been so busy, I don't even know what's in the set. Okay, so we get this thing, and then inside of this, there's more crap. Honestly, I thought there'd be even less packaging than this, but there's still a fair bit of packaging and garbage that's kind of wasteful, because I think the whole point of this was to be less wasteful. Because then look, it's like having a deck of cards almost in here. You have these, and then inside of this is 3 packs. So fuck, what do I even put all this crap? Ponix Starlight? Ponix Starlight would be cool. Yeah. Okay. The Skull Guardian Trap reprint is funny when OG Skull Guardian is 100 plus and we only have 1 coffee. What do you mean? Okay. So We want to do the stacks. We're not going to gamble on what we pull. We're going to gamble on the stack. So I'm not going to do any gambling just yet. We'll do some pulls after that. I have no idea what's good to pull. Time will tell. Awakening of Vados common. That's cool. You just saw that every pack, right? That's pretty sick, actually. Dude, this set felt like rarity collection because I saw some of the announcements. And they seem pretty good. Okay, so Fadra is the first Ultra. Sure, it's foil Tempai. Neat. Oh, another Ultra. That's not a very helpful one. Did I get the French Breaker and Mirror Force? Yeah, you get them for competing at Worlds. I think I'm gonna keep the Breaker. I think it looks really cool. So I opened it up, and I think I'm gonna open it up and keep the Breaker. I used 3 Ultras. What the fuck is this an Ultra? Shining Sarcophagus. I actually wanted this. I really like Yugi deck. I think it's a ton of fun. So this is dope. Also a reminder that now for the next bit, because of tariffs, Canadian cards are Euro print, so these are gonna be Euro print boxes. I'm probably gonna keep this. Most cards I'm gonna sell. I'm gonna keep this though. I'm gonna try to get the other cards high rarity as well. I think if they're cheap enough. Also, the new Dragoon, this and DMG like actually kind of good.
I thought that Jesse
Manny, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. All right, I'll probably the QCR this though. Wait, does it come QCR? No, it's the other one that's Ultra. Are they both Ultra? I don't remember. That's still cool though. The rest is commons. Oh, Dandy White Line. Wait, Common Cryptor? That's so funny. Okay. Vagnawa. Okay. This card is terrible. Ancient Gears. Was that really this recent? I thought they were old than that. Blessing the Voice's Voice. The Super Ultra is not a big upgrade, so I don't really care about that much. Firestorm of Atlantis. What the fuck? I guess this card did need a reprint. I kind of needed it for cubes because it's kind of hard card to find. So I guess this is cool. This card could also just be unbanned. It should be. It's on my video as a card that should be unbanned. Okay, this looks cool. Probably not a good pull. I'm going to make a second pile for cards I'm keeping, actually. And I'm not keeping this. I don't care about this. Then Saphira Secret. Some of these cards I'll keep just to play with, I guess, because I need to build a better collection. Common Node looks cursed. Common Euro Node looks so cursed. Raid Raptor, Bloom Vulture. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Dino Vadis, Vord Burial, Water Incarnation. I'll speed up in a bit. I just want to see all the cards right now because I don't know what's in the set. Think they're taking Kit off? No. Apophis Ultra, cool. Wait, this wasn't even new card. Dawn Drax. What the fuck? What are these reprints? Bro, I swear, this feels more like a rarity collection, like a weird rarity collection than tins. Dude, I wish this was secret. Or Starlight. Ultra, super Ultra, I think is such a lame upgrade. Bottomless. Oh, I know people want this for their plant decks. I don't know if I'm going to keep this. I sold my CPs some time ago, so I don't have any high rarities of this anymore. I tried to sell out most of my high rarity that included CP. Yeah, I'm not sure. Depends how much this is. If this is cheap, I may keep it for some cube decks or whatever. Or some classic decks, because like I like old formats a lot, obviously too. It's a nice change of pace. I'll put this in the sell pile for now. If it's worthless, I'll keep it. But I assume people want this card for Edison or whatever. That's it. Okay. I got a Varu Dress. Wait, I didn't even finish opening the rest of the pack. Hold on. I am brain damaged. That's great. I needed one of these actually. Oh fuck. I've been borrowing my friends for 5 months. I should probably give it back. Oops. Now I have my own, I guess. Yay. I did what? What? Sell my CP bottomless? I think I'm dude. You can't having that big of a Yu collection. is risky in case like anything is a flood or a fire, but as well as it's so much money to be wasted in cards. So I don't know. Give him this one. Well, he lent me a QCR, so I'm definitely not doing that. Okay. What does CP stand for? Championship pack. God damn it. All right. Okay. Vados the Dragon of Endless Darkness, whatever. Ancient Gear Tanker, Raptor Roost, Ragnarika, Gargoyle, whatever. Another Dragster. Another Breakout. Okay. And the Starlight is, I guess. This deck is cool. I can't say this is a card I really wanted or that's going to be worth anything. Oh, and a secret rare Malice and Underground. I fucking still have this deck. Like the original print. It's not expensive. It was never expensive, I guess, really. Common NTP. Nice. God, fuck Malice. You don't think Planet is in Master Duel? What? It's banned. Pearl Rhino. I have 2 Royals. Yongler Ghoul Illusionist. Okay. Double die. Baka. I wish this was a high rarity. I guess it's in the World Pack. Multi Queen. Firestorms and... Okay, this is a cool one. I'll probably keep this as well. I like the Blue Eyes deck a lot, actually. And this is the good one to have. Wait, this one's also in the World Pack. Dude, I hate when Konami does this. Like, it's like they don't plan within their own divisions. Why do they make new high rarity prints of the same card at the same time? It really only hurts themselves. So this is a cool pull. I'm gonna keep this though. This probably look better than the French one. Starlight True Light from the tins. Oh, is that in here? That would be cool. Dramatic Snake Eye Chase. Drytron New 2. Melodious Concerto. And I pulled it up already. I see it's a trap. That'd be cool if it's True Light. I'll put it in. I'll keep it. Wait, what the fuck? I forgot this was in here. This has to be one of the best pulls, right? In terms of value. I don't want this. I don't care about this. I have my the Altis from Rarity Collection that I use. And if I wanted a whale, I would get the Otis and the Altis. So good pull, but I'm not keeping it. Oh, this is the exclusive card, Bot Herder, right? I'm the Bot Herder because you're the bots and I'm hurting you. Wait, why is a Danger Jackalope in this? What? Spirit of Eyes of Blue is also a Starlight in the tins. Oh, that'll be a good card to get, hopefully. More like a Bot Herder. Nice, that's a good one. Lightsworn Aegis. This card could have been a cool rarity upgrade for Lightsworn fans. My dad. Alright, this was an irrelevant upgrade. Same with this one. Oh! That's where my opponent got an Ultra Tatsunu. Did I play against him with an Ultra Horse at Regional and I didn't care to look at it? I thought maybe it came out in a Battle Legends pack because it looked like it did. They came in this pack. Wait, this set's old. The Centurion pack stuff was in last year's tin. Why is it in this tin? Oh, is that where Ultra Gaddock is from as well? Because my opponent had an Ultra Gaddock and I thought, I'm just going to reprint it in some pack I didn't remember. That's crazy. I mean, not really, but anyways. Okay. I know I just played Memento Worlds, but I don't care about this. I'm not keeping this. The deck is fine. I don't hate Memento, but I don't love it either. Elias Silva, sure. The Common Cryptor. Okay. Vados. I actually needed these, so that's cool. Glad I have this. Cool card. Again, super ultra, bad upgrade. I don't like that. What the hell? There are so many random cards in this set. Why? This card has like 2 ultra printings already as well. Let's fucking go. I love this card. I hope I get 3 of this card. I love Fire King. And I'll probably get high rated this deck as well, because I actually love this deck. Oh, Rabbit. I needed this as well. Actually, no, wait. I needed 2 for the Apophis deck. I own 1. So I have 2 now. Do I even keep the second one? I don't know. Probably not. All right. Rizal Cross. Again, Super Ultra is so lame. Honor Dark. I guess that's a fine reprint. Wait, isn't this a rare in the pack? And Justice Hunters? Volcanics. Why? Sure. I guess ready downgrade. No Prothod and Josh. Okay, that's a fine reprint then. All right, 3, 2, 1. True Light. Huh? Dude, why does this card have a reprint in Starlight? That's what I'm saying. This is like a rarity collection, because what the hell is this nonsense in this pack for? Beals. This card was like a playable-ish card 10 years ago. And it was never even broken. Oh, that's very good. This looks better than the regular secret. I may swap out my regular secrets for this. But then if they make it in Rarity Collection Ultimate, I'll swap to that like the Fuas. This was good though. Although I guess if I don't get 3 of this, I'm not going to swap it out. Common Jackalope again is so random. Super is better than Ultras? I agree. Okay. Commons. Ultra Refrain. That's not bad. This card is cool. One day it'll be playable, I think. Okay, that's a cool upgrade. What? Very cool pull, but I was not expecting this. Dude, opening packs when you don't know what's in it is so much more fun. Like, now that I'm doing less vending because of the tariffs, I don't look at the sets as much. Like, the only reason I have these sets still is because I already placed the order for them. What does it do? It draws 2 cards. Yeah. But also, either way, I want to make sure ordering at least 1 case every set just to open on stream. When you don't know what's in the set, it's actually so much fun. Ooh, do I keep this? Probably not. I like the ultimate rare more anyways still. If I want to get high rarity, I'll get that. Oh, Ice Rizal, sure. Alright, so first thing is commons. Medolce, Phalanx, Mystical Charm. Okay. And why? Yeah, I don't care about this either. Wake Up Centurion. Alright, not a very exciting pack. Interested in playing Ashen of the New Queen. Maybe at some point. It's hard to find time for everything.
Fucking great.
Remember when I ate Mimical Charm? I do.
I hate this card.
Oh, Sarnir.
This is the worst.
Damn, I
fucking
have these
drama.
still. Alright. Miss Ryan, sure. Drunken Kron and wait, why is this in here? It's a trap, True Light. Ew. This is Starlight Rare, Starlight Road. Fucking trash. Yeah, I don't care about this. What the dude? How much did Josh pay for this? I guess he didn't get his wish. He probably asked for Starlight and got fed some compromised shit. Well, what is this doing in here? Like, can someone enlighten me why there's a paleo card in this set? Why is Josh's daddy in here? Is it daddy or mommy? I don't remember. It's his daddy. There you go. Great. All right. Haggard Lizardos. Cool Ultra. Rescue Hedgehog. Neat. Garbage. And that, not what I expected, but a good pull. This card has needed a high rarity print. Its highest before was an ultra rare from Turbo Pack. This looks way better. Good card. Good Konami. Oh, Nightmare Throne. That's not bad. Common Duo Drive is so funny. Okay. Obsidian, Ashen City, Literate Blaze, Random Samurai, and let's go. I'm so good. I am the fucking GOAT. A second Ponix is awesome. And it's secret chessy, whatever. Junk Synchron, Six Samurai. What the fuck? Okay. Do I keep this? I do own a super rare Juice Worm. How much do these cost? If these cost a lot, I'll just sell it. But if it's nothing expensive, I'll keep it. It also depends if I get Magnum on or not. This is 5. I'm just gonna keep this. That's nothing. Oh, Deception. Deception Juice Worm is a good pack. Guess so. Stay hydrated. I am feeling a little dehydrated because I'm yapping away. I'm the yap man. Put on some music for myself. I'm not listening to any right now. The headphones on. Ooh. Shit. All right, let's put on anime music. Okay. This card, Starlight Bear, would be kind of cool. Okay. It's a Starlight Link. Got a preview. That is sick. I will keep this. Awesome. Couplets. Rekindling. Niue. Another Chaos Sorcerer. Sick. Mouse on the ground. Okay. Why can't I open this pack? Common Kaiman. Pain. Google Armor. DPE's in here? Okay. That's an interesting high rarity reprint. I don't really care for it, but no. All right. What do I do with the commons? Nothing. I have like an entire corner of the house that is just common bulk. Mystic Potato. I wish this was higher rarity. Okay. Oh, access code talker's in here. This card is already worthless because of the red collection, right? Oh, this is cool. I love the Metamorph cards. I'll probably keep this. Just one. Nice. I needed one. I have 2 of these. It's my 3rd one. I'll keep it. I'm not sorting those. Let's keep these for now. Oh, this doesn't come high rarity? That's a shame. Slime, rematch, all the Mimigools. Another pot of greed. I wonder if there's clumping. We're getting a lot of the same ones, and I feel like the pool's really large. This all from the display? Yeah, we're not even done the display yet. Drytron. Wait, this card comes QC already. That's so funny. I guess so does this. Sure, I guess. I don't really care for it. Okay. Future Silence. Firestorm over Atlantis. And... What? This has to be a good pull, right? You guys are saying this is less than $5? It's $10? Dude, how the mighty have fallen. I have an ultimate rare of this, so I don't really care, but I'm gonna stick with my ultimate rare. Dang long. Alright. There's the Gaddock Ultra. Concerto. Ultra Vice is cool. Big Jaws. Okay. Oh, it's another new card. The card's playable-ish. Soul Synchron Common's not bad. Another Horsey. Red Eye Slash Dragon? Who asked for this? Secret Tempai. Okay. Rarity upgrade. Bro, next you're gonna tell me there's Starlight Chandra in this set. Memento Dracotail. Why? Chandra's Ultra. Levianeer. I like Ultimate more than this card. I also have the 20th anniversary red rares, which are cool. Secret White Liner. Okay. Spell card, Monster Reborn. Oh, and Dominus Impulse. Cool card. Dominus Impulse is good though. Master of Ham, Russia, and hey, we got the True Light. This looks nice. Oh, that's a good reprint. There's a Chupacabra. All right. Ultras. Nightmare Apprentice. Cool. Sangajin. All right. Ultra, and what? Why is this in the set? No one knows. Yeah, hello, Jordan. Walls of the Imperial Tomb. Advance. Yo, I'm fucking insane. I'm already done. I have a playset of Ponyx. I've literally opened up less than one case worth of tins. Yo, please tell me Garunix is also in here. It's not. Of course not. Why would it be? Dude, Fire King is so much fun. Wait, why is this here? I don't want to keep this. Alright. Does I want a YCS Fire King? No. I want a UDS. The ring. Alright, Dark End Evaporation. Imperial Tomb, and another Spirit Eyes of Blue. So I have my second. I play 3 often, so if I'll try to get a third. That's pretty good. I guess it's not very hard to pull the Starlights, is it? Unless I'm just getting lucky. Bomber Dragon. Okay. King of D. Why? Literally secret rare in the world pack. It's harder to pull a specific secret than Starlight. That makes sense. 10-cent Starlight rare. That's fantastic. Okay. Wax. Whatever. And my third pot of greed. Oh, Julian, sure. I mean, I have QCRs to this. So I have 3 pot of greeds now. Feeling very greedy. Ooh. All right, Concerto, Future Silence, and a second Imperm. Yeah, the pool must not be very big because I have a lot of duplicates already. This is the last one for this. This is the equivalent to one case of tins. So it's a quarter of a bundle. What the fuck? I forgot this was in here. Someone told me this at Worlds, and I was like, what are you talking about? There's 50 starlights in the pool. Okay, cool. It's not even that big. Another Exodia. Next secret. Sure. Also Chaos Ruler. Yeah, I saw that one as well. That's so dumb. How do I break this down so it doesn't take up infinite space? All right. Okay. How much do you guys want to open? I'd plan to open a full case, but I'm wondering if at some point it gets repetitive. Because this set is not as fast to open as other sets. Dude, oh man, garbage is spilling everywhere. This fucking garbage bag won't stay upright. You got repeats or clumping? Yeah, I already have like 2 play sets. Yeah, let's open another display. Didn't I just open a case? No, I opened up a quarter of a case. Because remember, these aren't tins, these are bundles. 1 case of bundles is equivalent to 4 cases of tins. So this was the equivalent of 1 case of tins. But there's still 3 more cases worth of tins. Starlead's in here? Sure. Another one of Josh's daddy. Can you tell pull Fua? Is this Fua Starlight? Here's Chandra. What the hell? Ulti looks so beautiful. I'd always play Ulti if I was going to do high rarity. Fua's Secret? Sure. Haggard Lizardos. Nice, 3rd Spirit. What do I need? What do I still want? I want Magnamut, 2 more Shining Starks, 1 more Tyrant, and then I'm good. Sure, let's go until we pull that. Once we pull all that, we'll stop. It's my 3rd or 4th Chaos Sorcerer. I know I said it was good, but I don't want to pull only Chaos Sorcerers. My 3rd? Sure. Probably still not keep it, but yeah. How many cases of tins do I have? I have 55 cases of bundles. Not a ton. 2nd Jewess, I don't need to. It's at 1 in TCG, right? Mechanics. Garbage. You wouldn't mind the amount of comments they're downgrading more good cards. Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit, to be honest. Cards that are common like twice, it's like, what was the point? I just got lazy. I think I should keep the Juice Worm. Sure, I'll keep it. Okay. Oh, this is a cool one. I know this was in here. Wait, is the new Regeki in here? I love that Regeki art. I'm gonna play the Regeki art if I pull that. I don't like this one as much, so I'm not gonna play it, but it is? Oh, I want to get the Regeki. Alright, I want that. Fourth Ponic, so I don't need 4. Tracked, that's not bad. Okay. Do Bell. Sure. Alright. Okay. So while we're chilling opening packs, this is the best time for you guys to ask us some questions. Maybe have some cool things to talk about. I don't want it to be dead air, but I will run out of things to talk about if I'm by myself. How many fucking Chaos Sorcerers can one guy pull? So 4 Chaos Sorcerers and 4 Ponixes. How was my day? I had some Mapo tofu for lunch. That was fucking good. I love Mapo tofu. I had issues with the Mashable servers today, so that disrupted my content creation. I had filming with Ruxin today. They got canceled because of that. Thank you, Mashable. Okay, fuck off. How many of these do I have to pull as well? You. I think Mashable will be tier 0 with new support. I already think it's probably tier 0. Oh, this is cool. Wait, isn't it in Rarity Collection? Oh, but it's only Platinum. That's still fine. Gallant Granite, okay. 3rd Juice Worm, I guess. Wait.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Cool word. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Ruxin basketball collab? No. Favorite rarity is ultimate rare. How's my dog doing? She's doing much better. Yeah. She is old. I know her time will come, and it's probably going to be sometime soon. But she's gotten a lot better. She had her walk today. Her new favorite snack is cucumbers. Yeah, it was good. It's a profitable to open these. I cannot sell them anyways, thanks to Trump. So, I don't know. I haven't looked at the prices yet. I'm kind of stuck with them for the time being. It is fucking awesome. Thank you, Trump. Gross. The locals in your area that you record. I have not been to one that said no yet, so yes, I think so. I haven't gone to all of them though. Come live in Europe. No. Canada's awesome. It just means business with America is harder. That wouldn't change if I moved to the state or moved to Europe. Card is safe return. Every random bullshit band card is in here. Gabonga! Alright, that's cool. What are my old decks? I have them lying around. Sometimes I sell them if they're still expensive, but most of the time I just still have them. It's fucking terrible. That's not bad. How many things am I opening? Until I get everything I want. From the Starlights. Is Drake and Tail as branded as bad as it looks? Probably. I haven't played it. I'd want more branded fusions. The Saranir. They're big jaws. Okay, we're getting duplicates now. Okay. What? How many Monarch Starlights are there? Are there more of these? Haven't pulled any Baldrake. Oh, is Baldrake Starlight as well? The pot agreed. That's fine.
I thought that Jesse was
Quanto,
cooked.
thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Domain is Starlight as well. That is so dumb. All my European friends are up. It's late. 7 p.m. for me. I'd be in bed by now. $1 a.m. It's past my bedtime, bro. Third imperm. It's a good one. What? What? And someone tell me why this is in here? Your favorite card? This is a lot of negative things about your character. Just saying. To summon off of Conquery, off of Jokul. Wait, it's level 5, right? Jokul summon Spell Canceller. What's up? Okay, my second Tyrant. It's good. $8:30 p.m. for you. Love the weird Newfoundland time. Yeah, it's the new fee's on some weird shit. Could have picked 1 hour or 2 hours. Remember when both their decks struggled with Spell Canceller to create? Yeah, that was fucking gross. You should get Dark Golem. Okay. Wait, I don't want this. Where's Magnum? Wait, what rarity is Baldrake? Is it Starlight or Ultra? Because it already came Ultra. I use Ultras right now. I might use Starlights because they're so cheap, right? It's Ultra again, Starlight. Okay, 2 different things. All Bishops are Starlight. Hello? Another Duster. I wanted the other one. Shut up, Josh. What the fuck? I don't want this. Second Sark, that's good. I mean, probably not money, but is Gandora not in this? 2 of these now. Full 25 Hydrant. Awesome. Gandora is in there. What rarity is Gandora? Have I missed it? Or it's not pulled it yet? It's Ultra. Yeah, I don't think I pulled it yet. I have Secret Gandora. I don't know. I'm probably not doing it anyways. Another Pot of Greed. Dude, I feel like it's partially clumps. I mean, Pot of Greed and Chaos Sorcerer are fine cards to get multiple of. It is funny, though. Alright, don't need this. It's 2x, like, almost back to back. Another Imperm. Another good one to get. But apparently guys say this shit is cheap, so... Oh! There's no Malice reprints. We pulled a bunch of them. They're all low rarity. Except for actually some of them are secrets. But all the ones... Yeah, I guess they're a mix. Ew. The first Doug Charger. Remember like 17? It's not bad. Garbage. Engraver's secret rare is so random. After getting secret rare in the 10s too. Oh, there's Gandora. Alright, the tower is getting a little high. The red eyes. I don't need 2 of those though. Okay. The stack grows. All right, prediction. Will stack fall in next 9 packs? Yes or no? Tower's not high enough? Well, we're starting it now. It's making the camera lose focus, and it's good enough. Engraver just could have been common or not in the set at all, to be honest. Didn't need a premium spot. It's my 3rd. Another Engraver. Awesome. Could have been Impulse or anything. It's my 3rd. Awesome. 3 Spirits Blues. Third Miracle Fusion, terrible. The Josh card, great. Ugh. Low is in here? I guess it makes sense. First low. Yeah, Engraver is effectively worthless. Miss Josh, he hasn't been streaming. Has he not been? It seems too early for me to be really paying attention. Let's go! Oh, I wanted this. This art is sick. I'm going to use this one. Okay, Regeki's at 3, right? So I probably need 3 of this card. I think this is so sick. Don't you have QCR this? This comes QCR? In what? It was in last year's 10s as a secret, not a QCR. Yeah, they had a Slifer and Duster next to it. Okay. Another fire wee woo. My sentences broke. All right, let's just flatten this a bit. Still creating a bunch of garbage. If you wake up tomorrow and Mal's isn't hit, you're taking your first break from Master Duel. Yeah, about to say you were taking a break then. Oh, I can't get this shit out of the box. Come on. Get out of there, buddy. You never knew Slifer's attack was Regeki? Neither did I until I saw the card, to be honest. It might have been something they made up, though, to be fair. Okay. So I want more Regekis. Still missing Magnemut. That's like most. I kind of just done after that, right? Second SP. It's pretty good. First one of these. Happy about that though. Stack is shaken. Stack is always shaken. Garbage. Baldrake 2. I just want to start retaliating Caesar Gamma Seals. Probably want Baldrake. Retzi and Gamma Seals are in here. Haven't pulled those yet. Fucking another U-Bell. Awesome. Skull Guardian. Sure. Alright, that was 9 packs. That's not falling over. Run back to prediction, guys. Fight, fight, fight. Rip your points. Yes. Ayo, ayo, ayo. So you got 88k points? Jesus Christ. Spell card monster born. But first loaded load. This card is probably still expensive. $10? I think they'll go up, to be honest. What the hell? Sure, Fuwa. Any Mashal today? No. Not today. Like 6 Jewess Worms. Which was still 3. This is cool. Not that I keep it, but it's cool. So 3 packs. New Rose stuff and Dude, I guess, yeah. Should react to Triff's best player list? Nope, I think that shit is cancer. I'm not reacting to any of those. Great, another bullshit Beals. Useless ass fucking card. Dude, fuck off. Have any of the Pokemon Stadium games when I was younger? No, I haven't. Bomber. Alright, that was not a good batch. I saw Goki Suprex there. That was surprising. I guess there are new Goki cards. This display is starting off not very strong. Any purges? No, not yet. Great. Oh, there's Purge and fucking Domain. Yo, how many fucking Juice Worms have I pulled? So I have 3 in here. Is it really only 5? Thought I had more than 5. I guess it was just 5. Sure, 5 Juice Worms. Can you have the Purge? No. Sure. Alright, that's 9 packs, right? That is 9 packs. The stack has not fallen. 68% said it would fall. Y'all are crazy. Run it back. Wait, no, it's always Jewess. Yeah, 5 Jewess Worms and no Mag or Baldrake. I don't know. I thought it was more than 5 though. It felt like more than 5. 5th Ponix as well. It probably is clumped to some degree. How are the pulls? They're not bad. Ugh, oh, that's good. Boral Code. Why is this in here? This looks nice though. That's cool. Stack do be jiggling. Do be jiggling. Can I sing you a lullaby? No. Not even subbed, bro. Yeah, he's asking me to sing to him. Crazy. Another Ponix. Yeah, I do wonder if it's clumped. Yep, a million of these too. What the hell? The clumping is real? It's very possible. Alright, I already had those. Surprised they didn't do common detonator. 6 packs. 3 more. I got 3 what's it called? Hydrants. Nice. For me, I'd rather get the Ponix. The only thing on the focus is top of the pile. This is what you guys want. Dude, fuck off with this card. Another pot of greed. Yeah, there's like a couple cards I've pulled like 6 of now. Levineer, sure. Spell Canceller is so stupid. What is that doing there? Bro, I'm gonna build Spell Canceller, Vanquish Soul, and just make people really mad. Wait, that was 3 packs, right? No, that was 9. That was 9. That was 9. It didn't fall. Now we'll fall again. We're starting prediction again. Okay. Looking at the dude format? Not really. I've been really busy. And someone said here, I'm playing Duelist Cup, so focusing on Master Duel right now still. When that's done, I'll have more time for TCG, but I know ICS is still then anyway, so. Yeah. Okay. Tenacity. First of all, Zet. I don't know if I care about that. Tosk apparently isn't playing. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm also partially playing for practice for the WCQ and for points. It's like, no matter what I'm going to play. Because Ryan's playing as well, right? He's also really good. Pot of Greed. Fuck off. I mean, Pot of Greed's fine. I'm not going to complain. Look at how many Pot of Greeds do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 Pot of Greeds. I'm feeling very greedy today. Like, we're about halfway through 1 case and we have 7 Pot of Greeds. Retzi. Do I keep this? Is this worth something, guys? This is not worth something. I'll keep it. €2. I'll keep it. Draw 14 is kind of broken. Crazy. Another Ponix. They probably have a billion Ponixes too. It's good against Dracotail. I have 3 Ponixes in there. Yeah, 7 Ponixes. Like, that's what I mean. 0 Magnamuts, 7 Pot of Greeds, and 7 Ponixes. Clumps. At least it's not 7 of these. I just jinxed myself when I get more of them now. Whatever. Third Shining Star, cool. Moral Code again. This is cool. I think Starlight would have been cooler, but still cool. Oh, I didn't even know this was in here. I don't really care about this though. I'm not gonna keep it. Actually, I might not own one. I guess I'm keeping it then. Alright, stack has not fallen. Run it back, baby. It will never fall. It might never fall. It might never fall. If it never falls, you'll never make your money. My stacking skills will just be too good. Am I addicted to buying packs? No, I wouldn't say so. If anything is a bigger problem for me, it's Master Duel. TCG I have no problem. But the thing is, when you have as many packs as I do just running the store, you they're not special because you have so many packs at all times. Okay. You pulled 7 magazines in your case? Nice. Well, we have 0. There definitely gets to a point where I don't want to open packs anymore. I still have so much rarity collection as well, for example. Gabonga. Wrong secret rare trap card. Third Tyrant. I'll keep 3. Why not? Okay. Ultra Dorador. It's pretty cool. It is wobbling. We do be wobbling. This is the final display, guys. Ah, my 6th Jewess Worm. With no other Bistils. Which are the best 10? 2019, not even close. Another Ubel. Oh, Impulse. That's good. My first Gamma Seal. I think blue cards look pretty in shiny rares. Like Starlight or Collector Rare. I think they look better in Collector Rare. It looks nice. I'll keep it. Why not? Probably worthless. Another Boral code. Hold way too many of those. What the hell is this doing in here? Ooh, Ultra Marshmallow for my dad. The Photon Lord. The big pile is taking all the camera attention. It do be like that, but it's what the chat wanted. Why is there P-Reyes map? That card was worthless. Alright guys. Stack is not falling over. Run it back. We're running out of packs though. Do be wobbling though, it's shaky. Imagine you could sub the trigger vibration under the table. That would be hilarious. But you guys should just sub anyways to support the channel because you love watching me so much. And it helps me so much to stream more often. Fuck off, Bales. I don't want BLs. Beelzebub. My first Chaos Ruler. Not that I wanted it. Starlight Road is terrible. You're my like fourth favorite Yu-Gi-Oh streamer. Damn, am I your fourth favorite? That means you watch a lot of Twitch then. Cause I see you here a decent bit. Vibe with it though. During COVID I watched a lot more Twitch, but right now I don't watch a ton. I have a ton of this card as well. Because I'm a fourth rate duelist. Uh-huh. Oh. Damn, that's kind of cool. I'm gonna keep one for collection. Another Druid. This is trolling me. Where are literally any of the other Bestials? Like, what? I remember when this card was the best one to pull, but now it's at 1. And I have 3 here. Yeah, so I have 7 Druid Worms so far. Common stack is making you nervous. That's the point. Another Dark Armed, fucking awesome. How many of those do I have? Probably also like a ton. Dark Armed, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 6 of them. Very helpful. NASA confirmed they can see my common tower from space. Yes. Visible from space, man-made object. Our first ball, Drake, guys. Let's go. Could have been a 8th Truest Worm. Another Imperm, not bad. It's like 4th one or 5th one. I don't mind getting many of those. Like garbage. Alright, that's 9 more packs that are done. Answer is no. Shake the table real quick. Come on, guys, you can do better than that. Alright. Don't think of it as having 7 Jewish Worms. Think of it as having 7 full play sets. Thank you. I think Fusion Lacrimon can come back. Probably not still. Okay. Oh, I never started the prediction. Oops. I'm gonna refill my water then. Ugh. 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 I'm a hydro homie? The hell is a hydro homie? Obliterate! Haven't seen that one yet. I'm happy I haven't though. Second Retzi, cool. Oh, and Impulse. Good pack. Oh, water connoisseur? Yes, Dasani is the grossest water. Terrible. My goal is to have the tower not fall at all. Garbage. You guys can barely even see what the cards I'm pulling are. Another SP. Fuck PepsiCo. Yes. No. I am Coke Zero stan for life. The tower grows in anticipation. My 8th pot of greed. Because I'm greedy, stacking up this tower so high. Another full metal. And that's 9. It has not fallen. Next batch of 9, guys. We're approaching the end. Doesn't the same company own both Pepsi and Coke anyways? How many packs are left? Only 15. They don't? Oh, okay, never mind. I think this guy stacks. Yeah, you're right. I do stack. I'm the best stacker around. Still 20 seconds left. Spirit Eyes of Blue. Already have. All right. White Rose. Okay. I'll never pull Magnum Mussy, as a one Joseph Rothschild might say. Country Roads. Oh, this is in here. Also already comes QCR. It's cool, I guess. Not gonna keep it though. Another SP. Pretty good. Dude, I feel like I've had a pretty good case. All things considered. How do I sort them? Monster Spell, Trap, and Alphabetical. Oh, my first one of these. That's fine though. I don't really want more of these. Okay, I don't know why that's in here, but sure. Already has a Megaton reprint from 8 years ago. Second Baldrake, let's go. I don't think I'll pull another one though. I'm running out of cards. That was your gunning diagram, yes. Your eyes are not deceiving you. Obliterate, but I got Dominus Purge. Okay. And then our third Retaliating Sea. Okay, that's not bad. Country Road. All right, that's 9 packs done. Damn, you guys are all voting for will not fall. Will it fall? And there's only 6 packs left. Guys, this is it. This is the end. Can I successfully stack it all? Last time I did. I literally went the entire case and it didn't fall. He lost 1,000 points. Well, the good thing is that his points and they don't matter, but sucks to suck. This stack to cover my face. Well, I can't even see part of my screen right now, so. And the part of the screen I can't see is where my face is, so if I got like shit on my face, then I have no idea knowing. Stacking too well, I have practice. But low-key, I do have practice because we do this like every set. Now I actually get good at the stacking. You know, like Legos are like master builders or whatever on the master stacker Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Love you near. Terrible ass fucking secret. Another Stormforth detonator. The Creation King. This is like the weirdest pattern we have on my channel. That we just stack shit when we open packs. Alright, White Rose. My first Red Ransom. Not that I wanted that. Bunch of packs left, guys, and honestly, it's not even wobbling that much. Oh, 8th Jewess Worm, obviously. This could have been a cool Starlight, actually. Should have been. The Secret's still cool, though. And Domain. Yeah. And guys, honestly, not even a challenge for me. I'm just insane at stacking. Full case done. No Magnamut, which kind of sucks, but oh well. 8 fucking Jewess Worms, though. I think it was 8 Jewess Worms, 8 Pot of Greeds. But I consider professional cup stacking. I don't think so. Alright, it has not fallen. Time to disassemble it. Don't cry, so wise. Don't try. Yeah, I didn't get the Starlight because I have a Royal one in Master Duel. Okay, Ultra is honestly kind of big too. No Super is in the set anymore, but there's just more Ultras. This is not honestly an improvement. They kind of missed the entire point of it. Rift Pile. Yep. Secrets, and then all the Starlights. A lot of duplicates. As I'll put this the other Jewish worms. Yep, 8 Jewish worms. This is what I'm keeping. 3 spirits. 4 spirits. Nice. 3 Retzi. Need a third one. One of these. Where's the other 2 tyrants? 3 of these. Only pulled one of this as well. 3 Ponics. 3 Sarks. Nagaki. Nagaki's cool. Okay. Megatons are done. If you pull a Star Temple, can you buy a signed version? I did. Easier if you just find me in an event, though, and have your own. Before the Spirits from Master Rule 6? Sure. Ugh. Bum ba da dum bum 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 ba da da dum. All right. It's early enough. I don't have to end the stream. We can do some content and react. Yeah. I was debating if we had time, but I think we do. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-dum. Bum ba-dum bum ba bum bum bum. One Piece. You wanna be my friend. Judeo, thank you for the raid. We just finished open up Megatons. Now we do some reacts. Fucking green! I hate this card. This is the worst fucking Ojama. I see Siriax's Maxi video. I have not. Negate! Jesus, this fucking thumbnail Centoli's terrible. Okay. OCG video or Josh video first? What do you guys want to do? I guess let me see what Siriax posted. Is the Siriax video good? I'm not sub to him. I thought I was.
Marvel Token is here.
Okay, we'll make a poll. OCG players. Maxi. Josh. I'll let you guys pay for additional votes. Start poll. You guys can use your newfound riches from gambling. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Will I be whaling next pack? Not whaling. I'll get enough to have every card though. We are. Oh, well, Christmas music it is. I'll have you guys know that when we start watching music, we're gonna turn off the music anyway. Or start watching YouTube, we're gonna turn off music. So I would turn it off anyways. Nice. Yeah, I mean, okay. If you guys just wait literally a minute, we'll turn it off regardless. The OCG player video? Okay.
You're a mean one.
Your points are
Mr.
10 against
Grinch.
Christmas? Yeah, but if you just wait like a minute, it'll go away. Just look at that, it's gone. Just like that. April showered and such the raid. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's do that then. So I want to watch this video here. It is a bit long, 51 minutes. Fuck it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So top 8 of worlds, and I don't think they go into the deck list much. I'm not really interested in his deck list for top 8 of worlds because obviously it's a niche format and it is a week old at this point. What I care about, however, is there's been a lot of online discussion about OCG at worlds for the first 2 decades of Yu-Gi-Oh's existence, and when I was improving at the game and kind of growing up, OCG was seen as unbeatable within the community, right? Every single year of worlds, OCG won. They dominated, and worlds was won almost exclusively by OCG players. There's the rare winner from outside. NA won once with Sahabi Carradine before COVID, but then ever since COVID, it's not been the same. TCG has dominated worlds, arguably more than the OCG used to. And in multiple categories. Master Duel has not been complete domination, but still, all 3 years of Master Duel finals have been TCG or EU versus NA. All 3 years. Obviously, it was me and Josh twice. Our teams, not just us, but it's been, yeah, and he's won the worlds 3 times as well. But besides that, the number of players through top within OCG has been small. Even Duel Links and Rush Duel, OCG has had some success there, but also still less than before. OCG does not have a grip on the game than it once did. And there's been discussions as to why. And I think part of that will be gone to here. I maybe had a conversation with Shane at the YCS or at Worlds, and I was told by this as well. He's Singaporean, so that's is part of OCG, but also because he moved around a lot as a kid. He's very used to English. He was raised up on English, so we should have no problems understanding him. That should be cool. But also, Aaron McInnes. If you guys don't know who this is another pro duelist. Been around for quite a while. Who's just started posting more videos. If you haven't subbed, please do. Some backstory for Aaron and I. When I first started traveling in 2017, I wanted to step it up from being just local, high-quality Toronto player to want to go worldwide. I want to be like elite. I want to top everything. I want to win abroad. That was Worlds 2017 was when I wanted to do that. I went to Worlds after the regional grind, and even with that, I stayed with mostly driving distance to Toronto. So after that, I wanted to expand, and I didn't know people. Aaron was one of the first people I met while traveling. They became my friends, and as I was still yet to meet people, make friends, and build a community for myself, it was hard to find people to room with. There were several events when I first started traveling of rooms by myself because I had nobody to go with. And Aaron was, I think, probably the first person I roomed with him and 2 other Texans, Avery and Deuce. So huge props to them. Still friends with all of them, thankfully, to this day. And the Texan community, San Antonio, I do appreciate very much. He had a special place in my heart. And go show Aaron some love. With that said, we can get into the video, I guess, right?
What is it?
This is the link to the actual video itself. Let me play OPTCG. I literally won these. But I can't sell them because no one wants to buy this crap. Like, I literally won these. I have 2 fucking kids as well. Please buy these. People say this game is better because it's worth money, but someone please buy my prize cards. Anyways. Avery showed up at your master locals one day and you was flummoxed. Yeah, he worked. Actually, I don't know what I can say.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Yes, he moved to Baltimore. I'll say that much. Or near the Baltimore area. Maryland, not Mashable. I understand. I know where he lives. So, yeah, I'm not gonna say more. Actually, how much for Giant Ash card? It'll be a lot. But if you're actually interested, let me know because I don't care for it. Both Giant cards back there are for sale. You can message me about it if you're interested. and I'm happy to sell them. But Ash is not going to be cheap. Dan, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate you. Okay. Let's watch this. I'm gonna let you guys know my opinions throughout the video. I'm interested in hearing his talk points. I think people are saying random things that are kind of relevant, and I dropped the card on the floor that I can't find. It's gone. It's in the abyss. There's nothing on the floor. Where'd it go? Okay, whatever. Cool. Anyways. Let's put this onto 1.5.
YouTube, it is Aaron back here with the channel, and today I have a very
Alright, that's actually kind of fast.
special guest. I have Shane Tay, who is the Singaporean qualifier for Worlds this year.
Oh, let me know what volume is, because I obviously can't hear the same thing as you guys. If I need to be lower, if I need to lower this or turn it off, let me know. Probably have to lower this, right? This is quiet? Oh, because I have it lowered on Discord. Or on OBS, I mean. Wait, yeah, it's what? It's a bit quiet? Alright. Testing.
What is up, YouTube? It is Aaron back here with the channel.
Quiet? Okay. Let me know how this is.
What is up, YouTube? It is Aaron back here with the channel.
How
and
is
today I
my
have a very
voice
special
compared
guest.
to
I
this?
have
Is
Shane
it
Tay, who
high
is the
enough,
Singaporean
or
qualifier for Worlds this
yeah?
year.
That's good. Sounds good to me. You're slightly over good levels. You may be a little bit louder on the vid. Alright, I'll do a little bit louder. Let's try one more time. I know we have to do this every time, guys, but yeah.
What is up, YouTube? It is Aaron
Okay,
back
how
here with
is
the
this
channel, and today I have a
compared
very
to this?
special guest. I have Shane Tay, who is the Singapore.
Alright, how is that? Still louder, or we good? Bueno? Awesome. Now, you know what tilts me more than anything, guys, is after we have this discussion now, when you guys complain halfway through the video that it's not loud enough or too loud. So please do not do that, or I'm gonna fucking be mad again, because the shit tilts me so much. Like, I do this now so that we don't have that problem. Speak your piece now. Alright. Moving on.
What is up, YouTube? It is Aaron back here with the channel, and today I have a very special guest. I have Shane Tay, who is the Singaporean qualifier for Worlds this year. Shane, introduce yourself to us real quick.
Hi guys, I'm Shane. I'm from Singapore. Yeah, I play mostly, well, I play OCG and Asia English format. Yeah.
That was very loud, but thank you for the bits. Appreciate you very much. I'm gonna just wind that back.
Quick.
Hi guys, I'm Shane. I'm from Singapore. Yeah, I play mostly, well, I play OCG and Asia English formats. Yeah, that's just me.
Perfect. All right, so we're gonna go through. I have a little slideshow prepared, just like questions that we have been wanting to ask, like OCG players, and you are obviously a very qualified representative, having just competed in Worlds, having found success in your region, and speaking very good English from our brief conversation prior. So I think it's going to be very beneficial for all of us, and specifically me, who has a lot of questions that I would like answered. So let us get into it. So first of all, what is your relationship?
Bro made a PowerPoint. I love it. Okay, so we got some personal stuff too. I imagine we get to the OCG stuff.
I
shortly.
thought that Jesse was cooked.
Thank you for the sub, Fnatic. Appreciate you. I still appreciate the support. Don't get me wrong. It's just obviously we are recording a video. It's kind of or doing reaction. So yeah. Also, yes, you'll notice I did time out the guy for 1 minute, who tried trolling me saying it was too loud. Now, like, all right, that was clearly a troll. I only timed him out for a minute, but he tries it again. Then adios. Thank you for the 45 bits too.
With Yu-Gi-Oh, how long have you been playing? And yeah, just give us a little bit of background.
Yeah, so I started during COVID, 2020. I just wanted to pick something up, something new up, and I had a friend who.
That is so crazy. Started during COVID. Fuck, I'm so old. Anyways, yeah.
was very interested in Yu-Gi-Oh. He was playing competitively, like he played toss format, things like that in OCG. So I hit him up, and then I started learning the game. How much I actually practice? So leading up to the Asia final in Taiwan, and especially for Worlds in Paris, I definitely practiced a lot more. But on a regular basis, I actually only play the game once or maximum twice a week. So yeah, so in terms of like maybe a testing group, I do have a group of friends who they do play. Um, Shout out to them like Liu, Aston, TJ, Eugene, AZ, Gautier, all of them. CL, of course, they let me cards. So we are just like a big group of players, a mix of casual, semi-competitive, possibly even competitive players. We just play together. We just have fun with it. In terms of testing, I think we just throw around different ideas. But if it's like in terms of the TCG definition of testing, I would say I don't think it reaches that caliber quite yet. But I do also have a lot of the other Singaporean.
That's actually an interesting question. I've always wondered, how do OCG players test? Is it the same as us? They use DB even. Do they have small testing circles and stuff the way we do?
Players who I personally believe are better than me. People like Yikang, Yogi Bear, Lao Niang. These people, I definitely reach out to them when it comes down to a bigger competition that goes beyond the Singapore borders. As for accomplishments and future goals, so my first hop was actually in 2023, where I got top 16 in an event with Sprite Tri Brigade. I only started really kind of getting trophies last year, where I got second place at the Challenger Cup, which is Asia English format last year. And also I got top 8 in the WCQ for Singapore last year. And then for this year, I actually got top 4 in the Challenger Cup. I won the Rank Up League, which is the appropriate channel to get to Asia Final this year. And then I got second place at the Asia Final, which qualified me for Worlds, and I got top 8 there. My future goals would definitely be to, at minimum, return to Worlds and to become a world champion. I want to be the first OCG world champion since COVID.
We started off first OCG world champion, like, huh? And post COVID. Has Singapore won worlds before? I don't know if it has. Wang Shicheng was Taiwanese, I'm fairly sure. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm really happy to hear about that. So you said like described yourself that you like kind of just like obviously you're invested in the game and want to play competitively, but you primarily just like do this for the fun of it with your friends and are able to find success in that. And I think that's the best way to go about it. Like I've definitely over the course of time changed my priority in terms of who I'm playing with, because I can always like reach out to people who are really good at the game, but if I'm not actively enjoying the time that I'm investing playing Yu-Gi-Oh, then like what's the point really? Like if I'm just grinding online playing Dueling Book, which is obviously like a TCG medium, or if I'm just like in a call with people, like I definitely want to be actively enjoying that process. And it sounds like you have the right priorities when it comes to that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, I think at the end of the day, like, no matter how serious you take the game, at the end of the day, it is still a game. There's still a luck factor to it. Of course, there's still skill, but improving that skill comes in practice. And if you're not enjoying what you do, then there's no real meaning to it. So
Preach. I tell people this a lot. Forcing yourself to practice is rough. That's why you pick decks you like, mostly because otherwise it's harder to practice, harder to get better. Ends up hindering you more than anything. Sometimes you can force yourself if you really want to do well, but something I would avoid because again, it's also just a game, and forcing yourself to play a game is crazy.
real best way to improve, in my opinion, is
Meanwhile, I'm playing DC Cup with Malice, so look who's talking.
to first and foremost just have fun and enjoy what you're doing. And you always tend to play the best when you're relaxed and having fun.
Well said. I think me and you're gonna get along based on that.
That's great.
So yeah, now that we've learned about you and your little bit of your background, tell me a little bit more about like the Singaporean scene. Like you said, the Challenger Cups. Like, what does that entail? So yeah, what events do you have, especially in Singapore, and then if any events you've traveled to in the rest of Asia? How big are they? Like, how consistently do you travel? Stuff like that.
Okay, so I have to include kind of like a premise here. Well, two premises. The first being that I think I'm still a very, very new face on the scene. I only went to my first overseas event this year, which was the Asia Finals, and then my second time playing outside of Singapore was at Worlds. So I kind of blossomed out of nowhere, if you will.
That's
So with
cool
that in
though.
mind,
I like seeing the players get a chance to go abroad, and I hope it drives them because that's how it felt for me. Right, the more I played, the more I saw, the more I got to travel, the more I wanted to keep doing it, and even broadening my horizons. So I love seeing those blossoming duelists, if you will, kind of growing their ambitions and worldliness. That's cool.
I think my experience in terms of playing in other countries is extremely limited. but I can comment on certain events that have happened in Singapore. The other premise I have to kind of share is that in Singapore or in many of the Asian countries, we actually have two different formats. One is the OCG, which is essentially the Japanese card pool, if you will, which is what you'll see across in Japan, in China. Actually, I'm not sure about China, in Korea, things like that. We also have Asia English, so this is where you have the Asian print of modern cards. However, this is a smaller card pool with its own unique ban list. So in Singapore, we play both of these formats, and respectively so, they have two different kind of qualifiers for the Asia finals. So one for each format. So with that in mind, yeah, let me talk about Singapore's community or scene. So events that we have, we don't have that many events. I think I would confidently.
I do want to say this because I know many people aren't very good at geography. Let's look where Singapore is on a map, guys, real quick, because I know some people may say that's obvious, but I know a lot of you guys may not know, and enough of my fans I know are not very good at geography. So it's Indonesia here. Singapore is on this small peninsula with Malaysia. And yeah, a very small city state, not very big at all. And then you'd have what's this, Brunei here? The island of Borneo, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea's over there. But yeah, so this is like the general like ocean or APAC scene, right? And then keep in mind this is like relatively far still from Tokyo. So while this is still an OCG perspective, remember it's not the same as saying perspective from Tokyo or from Taipei or whatever, or Beijing. Like these are not all the closest to each other. Like Seoul's over there. It is pretty far. Like here to here is like here to here, probably even worse. Right, Toronto to Colombia, not the same experience. Next, Indonesia, yep, it is nearby. Indonesia's right here. Which one's Java? Is it this one's Java? The name of the islands? I don't remember exactly. Oh, this is Sumatra. This is Java then, or I don't remember, to be honest. My Indonesian geography is not great. Anyways, regardless. Yeah, so Singapore's there. Anyways, some perspective I think could be useful.
We say about 4 events a year. We have things like Battle Nexus, which is essentially where you're just trying to win a mat. Then last year we had our first 3v3, which is a shared carpool, so that's pretty fun. Besides that, in the middle of the year, we do have Challenger Cup, which is the Asia English qualifier, and the WCQ, which is the OCG qualifier. And they're about sub 200 players. So Singapore's community in comparison to CCG regions is
Is Indonesia supported region? Yes, it is.
really quite small. But yeah, so the community you kind of know everyone, and you can kind of just identify immediately if someone's completely new to the game or not. Yeah, so the attitude of players when they're playing, I would say that actually Singapore is made up mostly of casuals. They like to play fun decks, their unique strategies, pet decks, things like that. Like off the top of my head, I can think of a few people who are like branded loyalists, or they just play simply a Mondolce. There's one guy who plays Mondolce only. We also have this girl who only plays Mermail, and then her brother who only plays Labyrinth. So like we have a more casual setup, but there is a smaller pool of super competitive players who are also at an extremely high caliber, and to me, they're actually better players than me. I've learned a lot from them, especially in preparing for Worlds, where I reached out to like every single, in my eyes, better player. So pricing at locals or events, most of it is done within product. So we have our locals every week. It's kind of like it has a ranking system to it. What we call it ranking. So basically every week on each weekend day, so Saturdays and Sundays, there'll be a store opening up their space where you can go there and play 5 rounds. And depending on how many rounds you win, you get points. So these accumulate over 6 months, which is determined as a season. At the end of the season, if you've reached the top 32, you qualify for playoffs for that ranking season. And within this playoff, once you reach there, top 32, you receive a mat. And then the winner of that, what we call rank up league, also goes to the Asia finals. So the prizing isn't exactly big money. It's not YCS level.
Saying it's not YCS level's rough because YCSs are not good either. Oh man. Pain.
I don't necessarily even think it's locals level for TCG side, but it is what it is. We also do have casuals in a few card shops as well. So sometimes they give out products to winners, or maybe in the form of pack credits, things like that. Shout out to Agora Hobby, the best casuals in Singapore, in my opinion. And yeah, so yeah, the value of the pricing not great. So the world's qualifying process in my region in Singapore. So how it works is basically each country, besides Japan, Korea, China, we will have 6 representatives fly out to Asia finals. 4 from the rank up leagues that I previously talked about, 1 from the Challenger Cup, and 1 from WCQ. So these 6 representatives from each country will go to wherever the Asia final is, and they will play roughly a 5-round Swiss, cut the top 8, and the 2 finalists of that tournament will get to go to Worlds. So we have a few routes to essentially qualify for the Asia final, be it ranking on a weekly basis, where you just want to try and accumulate enough points to qualify for that top 32 for the playoffs, or you can just win the WCQ or win the Challenger Cup, and then you'll get to fight at Asia finals, where you get to kind of square off against the best in Asia for that year. Any praises? I would. Okay, so the funny thing is that I think this comes in direct relation with TCG, where I had this conversation with quite a number of TCG players, where I said that it feels like our process is easier to actually qualify. And then other people were saying that no, it's not, because you have to go to this Asia final where you're fighting like the best in Asia. Whereas in other countries, you're essentially like you can just win a regional, get your invite, and then do well in that event, which is completely fair. So I think in terms of what's easier.
I guess he's talking about the world's points there. I don't know if it's true. I think they're pretty comparable, right? It's the same thing of most of the best players in the season from across the region play in a 16-man, or in case the Asian Championships we're talking about, 32-man tournament where top 2 go to Worlds. It's pretty comparable, I think. Talking about our WCQs, you said like a regional, right? The face was talking about regionals. The WCQ I'd say is harder because it's just so much more variance. Their system doesn't sound bad. It's not brilliant, but it's not bad either. Because there's enough routes to qualify for this Asian Championship. It's still one tournament, but top 30 with 32 man is like not the worst. It's better than a whole freaking 2,000 man tournament.
What's harder, what's a better process? I think it's down to perspective. I personally feel like I'm quite fortunate from my position. As Singapore's a small country, all I have to do is take the train once or twice a week to a shop, do relatively well, go 3-2 or 4-1 in a 5-round tournament. And then I just have to go to a rank up league and try and win that. Or I can just show up one day to an event like WCQ or Challenger Cup and just try and win that. So in my opinion, I actually praise the system for us. I think it is significantly simpler and easier than having to travel all around your region trying to qualify for points.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like.
No, I think he's talking about the world's points thing. I think theirs is similar-ish. It's not the same thing, but it's similar-ish. I don't think it's actually that much of a difference. I think if we didn't have the world's points, it'd be way worse. And it's I don't know if this always been, but this is how their worlds have always been structured. Then low key, that may be why they always did so well, because it was harder for us to send better players when it freaking only had to get top 4, top 6 at a giant ass tournament, and that just meant that there's so much more variance. Like, I don't want to diss the players who qualified in the main event, but I think player quality wise, the points players have normally, at least in NA, I haven't paid attention to EU as much, have normally been the higher regarded players accomplishment wise, which can obviously be biased and doesn't technically speak to their level of play, but it's rewarding the player who's been better over the season at least. So yeah. Willie showed up. Willie did show up, and I heard I didn't watch him play, so I don't know if he played well, but Billy was praising him, and other people said the same thing. So I'm like, that's great. Sometimes there are fantastic players you don't have a good outlet to play. Maybe Willie was that, and that's fantastic. So, not saying that just because you qualified in the main event you're bad either. It's a little more nuanced than that, obviously. So what I'm seeing here is I'm covering Aaron's face with chat. Let me change this in OBS real quick. Still covering him actually. There we go. Let's continue.
The ideal scenario compared to like our points playoff, which it's like you're somewhat familiar with, where you're traveling to regionals and obviously our YCS level events where you can over the course of a season accumulate points and then go to the points playoff. And it sounds like you have a similar scenario, but just from more of like your local scene, which I think is what I would like the point playoff to eventually be, where you're not required to travel to every large regional, which is still in terms of like pricing and just like value, not like worth it, but in terms of like the overall end goal of the points playoff at Worlds, it obviously provides means to an end. And if I'm able to just like qualify for that points playoff through attending locals weekly or like let's say like things in my state or like my region, I think that'd be like a way more streamlined process compared to what it is right
Yeah, I think it also makes it a lot more accessible for all kinds of players. Some players may not have the same resources to be able to constantly fly around, and they may be able to compete at that high level.
I think this is somewhat of a misconception of players saying you need to fly to regionals. Like, I'm gonna be brutal here. I try not to be rude to other players or to dismiss others or say they're bad, but like, the best players do not have to do that. From my perspective, I flew to 0 regionals last season. I played bullshit in most of them or didn't play them, even in Toronto. Like I played Budget Blue Eyes and Run before Poseidra. I skipped like 4 YCSs and was 18th in points because I wasn't trying. So like, I know Jesse Diff, you may want to argue or whatever, but there are plenty of other players who did well in the YCSs in the season that didn't need that. Jeff Jones, for example, he went to regionals. You have to go to some, but he didn't fly and grind crazy like that. He had good YCSs. I think Julian also did fine. Jib did fine as well. And I think it's better the players who do well at the premium events don't have to do that and can just naturally qualify. Yes, if you want to go quote unquote the easy way, it's more grind and more brutal. At least you have that option. You could just have nothing. So I actually think this opinion is a little bit blown out of perspective in the wrong kind of way. And I'm not trying to sound elite, but I think that the whole point is to reward people performing better. That's fine. 80 only went once in the area with exception of like 1 or 2. Yep, great. Oh, what's up, Nick? Yeah, it's not that crazy. You saw Jeff in the last Virginia Regional last season. He put in some grind. He did, but Jeff also didn't have a crazy record like some did at YCSs. Jeff, I also know him, unfortunately skips events sometimes because he doesn't feel up to it, which also put him behind. He probably wouldn't have had to go to that. But also, flying to a regional or driving to one, I don't think he even flew, he drove, because I actually think Max was, like his fiance was vending that regional. They drove. But, yeah. They did have to grind a little. That's whatever. Clifton also only went to regionals around him and just top 3 or 4 YCSs. Yep, that doesn't surprise me. And that's the way it should be. The players who do well over the course of the season don't have to do that, and that's okay. I would have qualified if I played just the regionals in my area. If I just properly try hard at the Toronto regionals, I would have made it too. So yeah, and that's the way it should be. Anyways, I like the point system. It's not perfect, but I think people make it out to villainize it in a way it has no reason to be villainized. Do you know offhand how much larger the YCS points awards are? You get 32 extra points, and it based on invites. So like for a YCS in Orlando, it was 64 invites. So me getting top 32, and I was relatively high in Swiss. I got like 75, 80 points from that. That's fucking huge. So and Jeff, who got top 4, would have got closer to 90. So yeah. I won YCS Sacramento. That's 64 points. So yeah.
Skill wise, but may not be able to take on that challenge simply because of time constraints or traveling constraints, monetary constraints, etc.
I'm gonna go back a bit. I kind of lost the point.
They may be able to compete at that high level, skill wise, but may not be able to take on that challenge simply because of time constraints or traveling constraints, monetary constraints, etc. And also, I will point out that our rank up league is top 32. So if you qualify for that, you're just playing 5 rounds. If you win 5 rounds, you're going to the Asia finals. Whereas for the TCG side, even if you qualify through a regional, you get to your points playoffs. Oh no, wait, points playoff is top 16, right? Yeah.
3 rounds in the points playoff, and then you are qualified for.
Oh right, sorry, my bad. I think I was thinking more about like the actual qualifier itself, because I heard there's like 3,000, 4,000 entrants to qualify for Worlds, and it's only like the top 4 that go.
Okay,
Yeah. So yeah, NAWC. Yeah. So with that in mind, like I think this from the sheer numbers, that kind of makes me believe that it may be.
This has been making me think, what if low-key they swapped it and it was 4 people from the points playoff and then it was 2 from the main event? I think having multiple routes to go to Worlds is fine. I actually think it's better. What if they swapped it? That could be cool. Anyways.
Harder for you guys. But of course, it's like I said, it just boils down to perspective on your entire experience and what you think is the easier process.
I mean, based on what you've explained to me, it sounds like yours, I'm not going to say it's easier, but it's definitely like a more enjoyable process where you're able to like just go to locals, and then like towards the end, like you have, is it twice a year that the top 32 is played out for the qualifier, or is it just once?
So basically, they have the rank up league 2 a year. So I'm sorry, 2 seasons a year, and each season has 1 for OCG and 1 for Asia English. So you end up having 4 winners go to the Asia final. Yeah. So in that sense, okay, like that's where it may appear hard to other people, because that Asia final itself is where you have a room full of relatively skilled players. But when it comes down to at least qualifying for that Asia qualifier, it's more simplified in comparison to the TCG.
And that's the part that looks like the equivalent of the playoffs, the 32-player Asia finals, which is why I think it's actually not as different as it may seem.
TCG side.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me, I just like we can compare it to like, we'll say like the WCQ like Top Cut. Like if I got to qualify through winning a local regional or like doing well at my locals over a 6-month span, then I would definitely prefer just like to be placed in Top Cut of nationals. Just say okay, 7 or 8 rounds, and then you get to go to Worlds off of that. Like that additional extra 12 rounds of Swiss definitely adds a lot of variance to the ability to qualify.
There's also, of course, the mental stamina as a player, which I do think is a strength that TCG players have over OCG players. But I guess that's a conversation for like 5 minutes later.
Interesting.
But I would say that mental stamina plays a big role also in terms of how many rounds you're actually having to play.
100%. Yeah, we have a lot more events. The events I assume are longer, like in terms of like best of 3 and amount of time given. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, ours are best of 3 as well.
All yours are? Okay, so is that so? Yeah, explain to me a little bit between Asian English and OCG format. Like the tournament structure, just like the card pool currently, just like a brief overview if you don't mind.
Okay, so everything's the same except simply card pool. So if I remember correctly, Asia English started printing. Well, it was actually like printed in like 2008, 2007, like early on Yu-Gi-Oh, and then they kind of shut it down because there wasn't as much success. And then it came back. The first box being Dune, Duelist Nexus. Is it Duelist Nexus? Yeah, Dune.
Yeah,
and then basically what they do is they'll create like a creation pack which holds the archetypes for upcoming set, and then they'll release that set. So for example, Dune had I can't remember exactly, but I remember the creation pack had like Infernobles, it had Purely in it, it had a Race, it had things like that. And then I think the Dune box would essentially kind of provide support for that. I think there was like Unchained and stuff like that as well.
Yeah,
so it's a pattern that so it's a pattern that continues. So like Creation Pack 2 had Pendulum stuff because Agov had Pendulum stuff. So it's a continuous chain that's occurred until today. So I think the Asian English format started at the end of 2023 with like a Blue Eyes and Dark Vision structure deck. Like there was a fun little like AE introduction tournament where we could only use those structure decks. So that was a lot of fun because it was like kind of old school Yu-Gi-Oh with a few new school cards.
Yeah.
But since then, yeah, so basically it's just kind of developed. It has its own ban list. For example, Asia English is the only format currently that has 3 Maxi. It still has VFD,
Great.
it has 2 Gamma. The formats, I like to call it a lot of.
He's not selling this. This sounds worse than Master Duel. We call Master Duel the Wild West, so I wonder what he calls it.
My friends also like to call it the Wild Wild West.
That's funny. I mean, we knew where we were going with that, I guess, but that's funny.
Like, if you ever seen the like 2 Phantom of Yubels overlay into a VFD, or if you didn't know, Goblin Biker can make VFD under 5 summons. Like, you don't learn about these things in other formats. Oh, we still have things like
what? Goblin Biker can summon VFD in under 5 summons. Okay. That sounds terrible. Make Naya with the spell that like modulates levels. That sounds terrible. Why would I ever want to play that? Oh God.
The Halki Fibrax or Needle Fiber, however you want to call it.
I don't know why I'm even listening right now. This is a dreamland. This is some fucking fever dream. Not Wild Wild West. This is oh God. They're just on shrooms there.
Yeah.
So yeah, the format is pretty wild. Like it is, in my opinion, one of the most sacky formats, but it's also incredibly fun in terms of how you want to build your deck as well. Because you have so many options. And yeah, it's a crazy format. We had Harpy at 3 at one point. We still have Reboot at 2. Like it's insane.
Master Duel is too,
Just
but
wilding
best
out
of
over
one, it's
there.
worse.
Those are like the ones that you look at online. You're like, oh, this looks like a fun format to like mess around with. But like then you show up to an event and you're just like, we're just rolling dice after a certain point. Like I don't really know what's gonna end up happening.
So the funny thing is that speaking of that, like my route to Worlds this year is actually I won the Asia English Rank Up League.
Oh wow.
And then yeah, with Malice, and then I had to quickly switch back to OCG because so OCG releases products first, then TCG, and then about 3 to 4 weeks later, AE gets the product. So if you think about the two formats, Asia English is essentially one format behind OCG every time.
Okay.
So like right now, OCG has moved on from Paradise to now Yummy being the best deck with Marshmallow essentially. And then you have Asia English side, which just got Justice Hunters and still has Paradise.
Okay.
So it's kind of this interesting thing. Like in OCG, I never got to play pure Vanquish Soul with Holy Sue in it, but in Asia English, that was my deck for the past 2 months. Yeah.
Right. So it's interesting. So you get two chances at a format essentially, which is kind of an interesting way to approach it.
Exactly. And also with that in mind, I mean, beyond the card pool, so the funny thing is that OCG gets the product first, so TCG can kind of look at OCG and be like, oh, okay, what was good from it, what was bad from it, and then try and solve things from there.
Yeah.
And then Asia English comes after that, and we're like, hey, we can look at both formats. So
Yeah.
for example, like I just mentioned, the Vanquish Soul Holy Sue, like when that kind of came about, I had to look at a lot of TCG lists to kind of figure out like, okay, what have they kind of solved on their own, and then now how do I adapt this to a format that is so crazy with like 3 maxis, 2 reboots,
Yeah.
things like that.
I mean, yeah, that's really interesting. Like being able to like look back and forth. Yeah, I would really be curious to see how like if somehow in some way like at some point we all have the same ban list, like how things would deviate. Because obviously we'll get into a little bit later, like the maxi debate discussion, like how does it affect everyone's perspective on the format.
The Roach.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like also just like the deck building process between both players, and I think we can move on. Is that the next slide? Okay,
Yeah.
so no, we'll do this real quick. Your thoughts and experience with Worlds, and then after that we'll get into some more TCG versus OCG discussions. So yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm sure people who are watching this video would have seen my absolute flop in the top 8 match. I made 7 misplays and lost an unlosable game. I mean, I'm gonna eventually do a deck profile video where I'll kind of explain what happened, or at least to the best of my ability. And basically, what happened was simply I got too confident. I got too excited. My mistake was not being able to calm down and just collect myself and look at the situation properly. So I was just pressing buttons. I played amazing on day 1. I made 2 mistakes, which are both on stream, coincidentally. And then the next day, I just showed up like a noob instead of the efficient player I was the day before. And that's that. And I think, yeah, it does. I am in a lot of pain from it. I do feel very sad about it. And I'm constantly like, I'm a very competitive person. So I am still angry at myself, but I will say that shout out to players like Aditya, Pak, and Andy, where they gave me really wise and kind words to kind of say that it does really happen to anyone. And me and Aditya were just talking about misplays on stream, and he just said to me like, the thing that you have to realize is that one bad showing doesn't discredit you as a player. And for me, like these are essentially pro players, whereas I'm just a completely new face. So that meant a lot to me. And I think, yeah, people will hate if they can't relate. And it's just things happen. It's what it is. I will remain angry about my situation and what I did. But we also have to be kind to understand that everyone's human, and I just rushed the situation. So yeah, I just got too excited. Who knew that could be an issue as well? Um, but other than that, I had so much fun. I met so many amazing people. I think the entire Yu-Gi-Oh community, everyone is just super, like everyone's just a sweetheart. It's something I never expected from all the way to famous people. Like, I just want to give a shout out to like Dino, Andy, Yuna, Roselle, definitely butchering her name again, Tom, Johannes, like I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Oh, James, all these amazing people that I got to hang out with over the weekend. You know, they're all such high level players at the peak of their game, and the fact that they're worlds, and they're such good people down to heart. Like I wish that I could have met Yuna top four and Tom in the finals. Because like we kind of had this agreement where we were just gonna have fun and we're just gonna laugh. And like shout out to people like Isaiah, Felipe, Willie, you know, because they're also like at the top of the game, but they were also just having fun with me and just laughing. Even like Kim from Korea. Yeah, like
Yeah, people have a tendency to get super almost stoic and competitive, and I can do that too. I'm pretty reflective though of my opponent, and if my opponent's not for nerves, but if they're energetic, I'll be energetic back. It's cool though.
like every single round, I was just laughing, having so much fun with my opponent, and they were laughing as well. And I think it just goes to show that like it's so
People say I look mad when I play. Is that true? Do you guys think I look like angry or sad when I play? Because I've heard that from multiple people. Like I have a resting bitch face or something. My name is Jesse and I hate all of you. Sometimes you do. You don't think so? Look focused. You can tell me the truth. I'm not mad about it. A little, to be honest. Nice. There's the iconic COVID photo of me staring Ray in the eyes. I didn't even think it looked that bad. I really wasn't trying to like make a mean face at Ray. But to be fair, so what you guys don't know about the photos is they tell you we're taking a picture of you. You have two choices: look at your cards or look at your opponent. So I'll look at my cards. And the thing is, it's the finals. I'm trying to be stoic. I'm trying to like not give away my info. I'm a little stressed as well. I got a top four literally 2 weeks earlier, and I want to win. Lost again, obviously, but so I'm looking at my cards. I got fucking de-shifted. I have to lock the fuck in to win this match now. And I'm just staring at my opponent. And then because of the mask as well, it just looks like I'm staring lasers into Ray. It is a hilarious photo. I'm happy it exists. It's very funny. But I understand that it looks different. You focus on the game set, you frown. Man, I can't help it. I can't help myself. I love you. And I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop singing before I break your eardrums. You've seen you play some games on stream here, and when there's a complex game, so you stop talking, you start frowning. This looks kind of mad. I got a sad face, I guess. Like I believe it. I believe it very much. All right.
super serious. Everyone's super serious about it at the lower level, but once you're at the top, like everyone's just relaxed because we all have a certain level of respect for each other, I guess. But at the same time, we're all human, and it was just a lot of fun. I felt super inspired. I also want to give a shout out to Mark from Thailand. I think he did great. Yeah, like yeah, and then of course, then there's so many other people that are like all the famous people like Lampy, Joshua Schmidt, Pack, like Aditya. Like I never would have thought in my life I'd be able to talk to all these essentially like Yu-Gi-Oh celebrities, and everyone was just super down to earth and super receptive, and it was kind of a surreal experience. Like I got to meet Pack's dad. Like I would have thought I would be able to say that in my life, and then just over a weekend, like I had dinner and a
Is this unfair? I bring my dad to Worlds to get food poisoning, ends up in the hospital. Pac brings his dad to Worlds and they get to enjoy themselves. Not fair, man. Not fair. No Jesse name drop. I only had one conversation with him. I don't know if they talked to him more. You don't meet everybody. I'm also kind of reserved because you see me talking here because I'm a content creator. I'm not gonna have to be, but when I'm at an event, I engage with a lot of people. So when I'm trying to chill, I'm really just trying to be with people that I know because I don't know what to expect with people that I don't know. It sounds obvious, but it means that for the most part, I'm not looking to make new connections. If they happen, that's fine. I'm not going to be hesitant. I'm not going to run away from it either, but I'm not going to be completely outward and that's fine. I think that's fine at least. I hope I don't come off as unfriendly. I'm not meeting everyone, greeting everyone, going up to them saying, hi, how you doing? My name's this, how nice to meet you. I try and be the in-between where I can be approachable, but also I can do my own thing and not have to, I don't want to talk to 80 people. Anyways. You remember you saw in Philly kind of didn't really leave the VIP area? Yeah, because when I leave the VIP area, I get asked to sign a lot of stuff for selfies, and that's fine. But when I want to decompress, or I'm doing something work, like I'm doing work on my phone, I need to be able to do that. Yeah. Also, what would I do if I leave that area? If I leave the VIP area, to do what? Next round, I still have to go back to the VIP area. So I might as well just sit my ass down and chill. I try and make sure that I'm still outside of the VIP area enough of the time that I can interact with people, but not always I want to be talking, you know? I'm human. And I don't consider myself introvert or extrovert in any one particularly too strong of a way. I try to consider myself in the middle. I like relations. I like talking to people. I like interaction. But I can't do it all the time.
20-minute chat with Joshua Schmidt. I'm just like insane. I got to meet like Ruggles as well. Like it's just insane. Yeah, and even like in the top 8 match, even though I flopped and played horribly, like me and Willie, we still had so much fun. Like at the hotel before we left for the venue, like Willie said good luck to me, and I just told him, I was like, let's just have fun. And that was our first time interacting, and that's exactly what we did. Like before the match started, during the match, after the match, like we're having a conversation as two people essentially becoming friends rather than like being like, this is the competitive side. Yeah, so I think I wouldn't, besides my absolute flop and the fact that I should have gotten top 4 if I actually played like a proper player, um, I wouldn't have made any changes. I think honestly the weekend is pretty perfect. I have no regrets besides that one match.
That is, I get warm my heart hearing you say that. Like that is a good reminder of what at the end of the day this is. And like I've told this before on my channel, but like all of my best friends I've met through Yu-Gi-Oh, like I'm gonna be in 3 weddings over the course of the next year because of the friendships I made with this game. So I think it's really beautiful, like how you describe like top of the game, like people like have all the opportunity and incentive in the world to just like be competitive and over the top and shark if the needs come or if the game comes down to it. But you and a lot of other people that you mentioned who are all from what I've experienced and met, like just hands down, is like top of the line humans. And even in the heat of battle, like you're always able to maintain that level of sportsmanship and camaraderie, which I think is beautiful. Really happy to hear the story, and everyone else gonna get to hear it as well.
Yeah, I hope that like as cheesy as it is, like I hope that people can really deep down understand that it's still a game and something that you should enjoy. Like it's okay to be chill.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so now that we've had all the fun and games and the beauty of life and all, let's get into the actual discussion that I assume half the people here are trying to hear about. So TCG versus OCG. First of all, like explain your experience with the TCG. It sounds like you've been looking at it from Asian English perspective for a little bit of time. Obviously, you met a lot of TCG players over the weekend. So, what do you know about the U.S. and like the Western video scene?
Well, okay, like even though I was looking at it for the past 2 months, it is limited to those 2 months. It was also part of kind of like me preparing for Worlds. So before that, I never really had a good look at TCG. So I'm not super familiar. But I do watch a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh content on YouTube. Just like during meal times or even like I just like the game, so I like listening to stuff and watching stuff. Like from MBT to Jesse Cotton to Joshua Schmidt to Ruggles to DZ to
I got my shout out. There you go.
Team Samurai X, like Nesh, Pack. Like I just consume a lot of that. Sometimes mindlessly, but I do. I even watch like progression series and stuff. So that's the extent of how familiar I am with TCG. It's just more through like mainstream content, if you will. But from the weekend, I did learn a bit more about the TCG in terms of like essentially maybe it's like differences in terms of certain plays that would be made, or even like just more of the process of getting to Worlds. I think that's something that I learned as well. Um, yeah, so I wouldn't say that I'm super familiar with the TCG. However, a lot of the players that I've become friends with, a lot of them have been telling me to go to a YCS and try it out and stuff. So maybe one day I'll show up at a YCS and just try my luck.
Yeah, let me know, and I
And
will do my best to be there. That'd be fantastic.
I think if I were to show up to a YCS, I think it definitely have to be close to home first. So maybe Australia.
I was about to say do Sydney. I know several Asian English people or Singapore players, Malaysian as well, who would go to YC Sydney. So that is for sure what you got to do.
I think coming all the way to Europe or the US just to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At this moment doesn't sound like the smartest idea. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah. Alrighty, so sounds like you haven't. One of the questions was like, have you played TCG players before this world? It sounds like no. So what
No.
was your so what was your experience like playing versus TCG players? Obviously, you explained like the experiences you had with Willie in top 8, which was like super friendly and jovial and like a great time. Like was that your experience with all of the players that you played with in Swiss and overall, or anything else?
So I mean, I don't necessarily know if every single player was super like fun loving as me, but I would say that with my 7 round Swiss and my top 8 against Willie, I was very fortunate in my matchups because everyone was just super relaxed and chill. So when it comes down to the actual gameplay itself, the thing is that in this room, everyone is here for a reason. So there's a definitely a certain level of expectation in terms of skill. And like, I mean, sure, here there are a few misplays here and there. I think yeah, maybe some of the TC players may be less familiar with the cards simply because of time, because we've had the Justice Hunter cards for a lot longer. However, I don't necessarily feel like there was a big difference in any like skill level or technical play. Um, like when I played against Isaiah in round 5, and I played Kim against Kim in round 2. Kim is from Korea, Isaiah is from the U.S. They're both playing Christian K9. Was there a difference in the gameplay or choices or anything like that? No, like it was like just I'm playing against a very skillful duelist that knows what they're doing. I think that's just the extent of it.
Yeah. I think that's a good acknowledgement. Like you may like if you look at deck lists online, you may have like the questions of like who did this, why did they make the decisions, etc. But at the end of the day, like there is always like good decisions in Yu-Gi-Oh! And for people to continuously have success, for you obviously qualifying for Worlds and like everyone that did it, like you have to have some just kind of like basic understanding of like what makes a good decision in Yu-Gi-Oh! So like even if we're all obviously different origins and countries and languages, like you still have like some fundamental understanding of like, hey, this is a good play and this is why I'm doing
I
it.
thought that Jesse
Like
was
you're not gonna get
cooked.
to Worlds off of
Thank you, Anonex, for the sub. Appreciate you very much.
getting super lucky just like one time. Like you have to have some form of an understanding of how you got there. Be able to continue that process, especially the later you go, like top 8 of Worlds. Like you didn't get lucky to get there as well. Like you did something correctly along the way.
Yeah, I think like the thing that people have to understand about Worlds and the Worlds format is that like because of how unique it is, it depends on of course on how much time you have to test and practice. But when it comes down to the actual gameplay, the thing is that everyone there or majority there know exactly what they're doing. They're not gonna like really I mean I'm about to say this, like I don't think they necessarily like misplay super hard even though I did. But everyone has like a general understanding of what's going on. So with that in mind, two factors really kick in my opinion. One is deck building, but the biggest factor is luck as well. Like luck is such a big factor because I know, for example, like Willie, he went X2 before actually winning the next 5 rounds, and it was simply because he was bricking. Aditya also was had like a very unfortunate time because his deck just wasn't responding to him. So it really like boils down to your luck that day because you can technically high roll the whole competition, and that's what tends to happen anyway.
I mean, yeah, like when you look at the end of Swiss, and obviously shout out to Ruben, world champion of 2024. He'll always have that for him. He had a poor showing in this Worlds, and my friend Aditya, who also had a very poor showing, and I helped him prep for this event. Like I'm not gonna say they're bad players just because they had one bad tournament. Like the way I describe it, like Jesse Khan doesn't win every YCS, even though we think he's
Okay. What I was gonna say is you don't win YCS without being somewhat lucky. Your best bet is to have both luck and skill on your side. Sometimes just luck can get there, but with just skill, it is very hard. The format has to really allow for skill. I don't know if we've ever even had that. Because take tier, for example. I didn't win every tier event. And even the ones I did win, right? And I felt like I played well. There were certain matchups where I had to get lucky. Top 8 against one of my good friends, Sala, at Costa Rica. I drew fucking insane against him to beat him. Like, I don't know if I could have drawn a better hand. It was like Magnamut, Instant Fusion, Kalbeck, Orange Light, Medora. And he just got absolutely obliterated. But, yeah, like, and then it goes both ways as well. Sometimes you get the opposite and your tournaments go shit. And I've had those too.
one of the best in the game. Like he doesn't top every YCS even. Like there's always going to be that level of variance in Yu-Gi-Oh that people need to understand and give some level of respect to. That like just because there's one poor event, and obviously when you are Aditya or you are Ruben, and like you are capable of more. It really sucks that like on the world stage where everyone's watching, like that is where it happened. But at the same time, like you said, you made a mistake in top 8 doesn't take away from your ability as a duelist. It just happened, and the next time you're in that situation, you're going to do better.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think, well, number one, to me at least, a lot of these things are painful lessons. They're lessons that we'll take with us for the rest of our careers. And like whether it is the actual gameplay or it's simply a mental state, like my lesson for me is to learn how to calm down and assess the situation properly. I think these are things that we have to consider, and I think it's also important to remember, and this is definitely something that I've learned recently this year, is that everyone is just a human. You know, everyone's going to make a mistake here and there. Everyone's going to misread a card, or proceed with the wrong game plan. Like for example, for me, I should have made Zeus. That was my like sixth misplay. I should have made Zeus. But instead I went to SP because I tunneled in on the minion, or like I activated Caesar's effect because I was like, oh, let me keep it on field to make rock, but in reality I should just let it bounce. Things like that. Like it's just these small things that we just fail to make the right decision in that point of time. But you also have to register that we're all human and we make these kind of mistakes, and it's just sometimes it's high pressure situations, but sometimes it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, also like the fact that you or like someone like me, like within like 3 seconds of making the wrong play, I recognize that it was the wrong play.
Yeah.
Like, well, yeah, so like obviously I know I am capable of making the right play. I just did it 3 seconds late, but it doesn't matter. The result's still the same. Um, so it just like
Yeah,
really over.
yeah, I registered it like after already, and I walked back to the player room, and all the others were just like, "Bro, like WTF?" And I'm like, I know, everyone's telling me the right play," and I'm like, "I know,"
Yeah,
and
we all know.
it's gonna continue to tilt me and annoy me that everyone's gonna come up to me and tell me the right play. I had my WhatsApp filled with it as well, like with all the Singaporean players. Like I already know what went wrong, and
Yeah.
it's a skill as well to be able to recognize and acknowledge what went wrong, and just to be able to assess that for the future.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess we'll get to like the final topic, Maxi. I guess that's like probably like the biggest distinguisher between the two formats. So, there's a lot of discourse on Twitter and just in general. So, what are your opinions on the card? I'm not sure if you're familiar with Master Duel format at all. So between OCG, Asian English, Master Duel, and then obviously in the TCG where we don't have it at all. So, how do you think that card shapes both the format and then some of the players that play in those formats? It has any effect on that?
Yeah, so I've managed to talk about Maxi to a few of the Master Duel people, players. Like I had a bit of a chat about it with Nesh, with Joshua Schmidt as well. And then of course, I mean, I accidentally kind of started a lot of the discourse on Twitter because I mean, my perspective was shared in the interview, the post match interview, where I think it should be banned, and the reason why is because I feel like um there's certain games in the OCG where you simply win off Maxi, and a lot of our deck building is also kind of skewed around this card. However, I wouldn't just be like, oh, TCG is better because of that. Like, there's still other cards that is broken to you guys, and you feel like there's no way you can come back to the game. Where even I myself feel like, hey, like this card is kind of healthy. For example, like I think reboot at one makes sense to me because judgment is just a blowout, things like that. But at the end of the day, like this is just down to each individual player. And I also did make a comment. I think it wasn't the most appropriate comment at the time during that interview where I said that Maxi kind of makes certain players lazy in terms of their thinking. I think what people have to realize is that I don't represent the whole OCG community.
Important he's saying that, but I would say, yeah, it is partially true, and I agree with him. We noticed this in several OCG deck lists at Worlds in previous years. They build as if Maxi is still in the format. Like, they'll main deck Call by an Ash in a format where maybe those cards aren't good. And it's like, well, why are you playing them? And they're used to always putting them in their deck no matter what, because it is standard. So it can foster bad habits that, unless you really actively try and shake, can definitely kind of harpoon your abilities, make it worse.
And that comment does not apply to the whole OCG community. That comment probably applies to maybe like some players at your ranking locals or some players at the casual, but it doesn't apply to every single player. For example, like I think that every single OCG player at Worlds, like they do not represent that lack of a thinking ability that Maxi kind of can provide for some people. So like I think everyone there was super skilled. So with that in mind, like I don't think that that's a reason why people think OCG players are not doing as well at Worlds. In my opinion, why we may not be doing as well as Worlds is simply because of how one, well, at least for this year, is more because the format. If you look at the card pool of what's available to us, the format is more similar to TCG than OCG. Like, and also if you look at the list as well. So I think that's one reason. But for the past 2 years, I can't necessarily speak because I've not looked at into those in depth. However, last year we did have a Japanese player in the top 4, and we had the Chinese player in the top 8. So with that in mind, like I don't necessarily think it's like, oh, OCG players are doing bad. I don't think that's necessarily true. Sometimes it's just down to high rolling. For example, in my case, I don't think I'm better than any of the players that I beat necessarily to get to top 8. Like in my opinion, I think a player like Dino deserves the top 8 way more than some of the players in the top 8. If we're really talking about like skill or innovation or like building to really win the tournament. For me, in my case, I played VSK9, which is a super high roll deck. So I just high rolled my way to top 8. It's as simple as that. Like that's just the nature of the deck. That's just the style of the deck, and I kind of made that choice because that's the style that I wanted to play with, and that made me feel like I had the highest chance of becoming world champion. But that's the thing, like it doesn't come down to like TCG players are better than OCG players or the vice versa. Sometimes it really just boils down to luck. But I would also say sometimes it boils down to deck building as well. I would point out that, for example,
Yeah, I would say deck building does matter with luck. Like people who blame luck and it is deck building, I think is a bad thing. I think he's underselling himself. Perhaps humbleness is good, but regardless, I'm a data driven person, right? And obviously variance matters, and it can skew results. And there's always a world where we're in the extreme outlier where it is all variance. But and again, I would want to preface this with this: never supposed to be offending to an entire player base or type of people. And everyone in the comments, please be respectful. But at what point do we say something has to be up, right? The results have not been good for OCG. That is a fact. Why? That's debatable. Because we don't really have that. But data has clearly shown they're not doing well. 3 consecutive years is now kind of convincing, right? And it's mostly TCG, but Master Duel's also been kind of hard. So anyways, yeah, I'll keep talking. Yeah.
well, I was talking about the deck with Andy, the Australian representative, and I told him I wish I had that conversation with him before I submitted my deck list,
Yeah.
because he had insights into the deck that I didn't really think of. And my deck building choices, even some of my plays that I made, were things that I kind of took from the OCG. So, for example, like the one Kurikara in my main, that was something that worked well for me in practice. But then when it came down to playing against the TCG players, or maybe because they're better players, I'm not too sure, but everyone kind of like could register that that's a card that exists in the format. um what's the other one? Yeah, even like certain extra deck choices, like the and even like yeah, it just boils down to, oh, even the Pankratops decision one, I would definitely cut it from my side deck, which the TCG players would have, but the OCG players would play Pankratops. The reason why it's into a yummy board, but also because the reason why I summoned Pankratops before I Heartbeat in my top 8 match was because often in OCG, whenever I summoned Pankratops first, it would get Solemn Judgment. Some people, like I think DB Grinder as well, kind of registered what I was doing, but a lot of the other TCG players just said it's a misplay. You should just Harpy first, because
Yeah.
you're gonna like trade away half their life or the entire back row. But the thing is that I just went off muscle memory, which is why I summoned Packer Tops first, and I will admit that was my first misplay that day, that match, out of like 7 misplays. So
Yeah, I mean, there's reasoning behind plays, right? And that's where I tell people it's important to break heuristics, right? You want to not get into patterns, want to always be able to critically think. That's why I hate spreadsheets. And obviously it's not the same thing, but becoming sort of linear and repetitive with your plays is a trap. And even though it works most of the time, you need to be able to critically think. Not that he would have reached a different decision there. He's saying he would have with hindsight. Not sure. If you know your opponent doesn't play judgment, then obviously, but just general point, right, is it's not always clear. And yeah. I wasn't like 7 OCG players versus 20 TCG. I think it's not that bad, but let's take a look. Where's the list of players? It's a trading card game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it a 6? Really? I thought it was more. There are more Japanese players. Did Japan lose spots? Only 3 Japanese players? Oh, there, 7. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Sure. Okay. So that's about a quarter of the players. I guess speaking in that terms, their showing at last year's was relatively accurate. The thing is, that makes the 6 NA players seem kind of lopsided. I don't know. Um, 4 Japan, 1 China, 1 Korea, 1 rest of Asia. 1 Japanese player got DQ'd. Right. Forgot about that. I watched the Nesh and Julian interview with Farfa and Josh. Unless people think it's really worth watching, no. OCG Denizens calling out that Japan got way more spots compared to the more competitive regions like China. Well, this is the first year China's even got to go, period, right? So we'll see how that continues in the future. China probably should get a second spot at the very least. They may have to change how Worlds is structured in terms of players. Interesting. What are you guys saying? Apparently, I don't know. I feel like Maxi and Kurt is more loose deck building. For example, 2 ofs and 1 ofs are a lot more common. OCG Master than TCG. I know TCG feels more high profitized. I do agree with that. You guys already have this discussion in chat. I'll read out of it. That's just not true. Respecting Maxi because it exists isn't a sign of bad deck building. That's not what he's talking about. Yeah. Yeah, he's talking about putting in the random 1-ofs into your deck to draw off Maxi. Right? Like, that exists in my Master Duel deck building, right? I only like play Gamma Steel in my Mermail deck because I need them to have cards to draw into off Maxi and Fua if they decide to make a full field. It matters a lot with those. It does change the decks. Fua does too to some degree as well. The cards that draw change the math drastically, so it's not to say that it's bad the way they build it, but if they don't know why they build that way, it's the same thing as heuristics, right? People need to know why it's optimal to build in that way. And if they know it's optimal to build in that 1-off to a fast and OCG because of cards like Maxi, they need to know that then, therefore, because Maxi doesn't exist, they have to then shift away. And I haven't looked at the deck list for OCG. I don't know if they have or they haven't. What I will say is, and I mean, most players suck everywhere. And I guarantee you, out of all the Worlds players, there's some that did the right thing and then some that didn't. And I know Shane is being respectful here, but plenty of Worlds players are not the highest caliber. They're not bad, and they're not low quality players, but they're not absolute top. Because absolute top, at least in my regards, and I'm very picky with who I consider top, is slim. Right? And there absolutely are OCG players who I'd put in these high up categories, who have this proper analysis to break down deck lists and formats and make correct choices, but others who don't. But they're decent enough or play well enough or know a format well enough or lucky enough to make it to Worlds. And they're not bad, but they're not highest level. And again, this sounds cocky as shit, but I'm trying to give you guys a really like top level perspective into this stuff. So I hope I'm not sounding too much like an asshole. Anyways, yeah.
With that in mind, like it does kind of, there is a kind of like a small difference in style, I think, and it just boils down to what kind of culture you're familiar with in terms of gameplay. But I don't think it reaches a crazy
style is fake. I'm a big advocate for anyone who says style just means you haven't given the thought to actually optimize it. It's that's laziness, in my opinion. Sorry. This has been a long discussion on the TCG2 that Hoban's been a big person trying to dispel, right? Like styles, but it's just bullshit. There is an optimal line, or at least if it's not an optimal line, there's reasonings behind each choice, and you may have a preference to one, but still.
Extent where it can really like differentiate the player bases to say that one is better than the other. I think that's extremely unfair to both formats and both player bases. And
Yes, everybody just sucks everywhere. That's what I found.
I think that if a player is good enough, that they can adapt to whatever format they wish to, as long as they put in the time. And I would not discredit the other OCG players from putting in that time. And I think that they all adapted well. One of the Japanese players, he was X2 and then had a double loss in the last round. So you never know, if he didn't have that double loss, he could be in the top 8 as well. Like it's not so easy to say that like one group of players is better than the other. Like I think it's really unfair, to be honest. But beyond that, Maxi does make a big.
This brings me back to like the EU versus NA debate, which sometimes pops up. EU players better than NA players, and I guarantee most of the people saying this suck themselves. Like, I understand they're having regional pride, but like, the thing is, overall, every region has every level of player. The absolute best, players that are really good, players that are good, players that are fine, players that are bad, and players that are terrible. There are plenty of those in every region. So, yeah. My interest in analyzing this is if there's an actual logical reason behind something happening, right? But people just saying an entire region is bad is like, okay, you're missing the point. Anyways. TCG is favored in the rule set of Worlds. The card pull chain only a lot closer to TCG used to than OCG. It used to be the reverse, right? So maybe that's it. I want to imagine we kind of talk about that in a second, right? So.
Impact in terms of essentially deck building, because one cross out two call by for us, like we have a lot of decks like that we kind of have. I mean, a lot of card choices that we have to make to kind of out that card because it can be game defining. So in my opinion, that's where OCG may be less skillful, because I can just close my eyes and throw Maxi, and I can win a game from that. And also that's why in our format we have more 2-ofs or 1-ofs. Because your Maxi can essentially draw into a nib, or your Maxi can draw into a Lancia, things like that. And the reason is also because we don't want to see more than 1 or 2 copies in your hand. So the map is
Okay, exactly what I was saying, I guess. Pre-watched, haha.
a bit different as well. And I don't necessarily think that all OCG players follow this logic, but I feel like at least the layman would.
You remember this course was literally the opposite with US than One Worlds? Yes. And that sucks, but that doesn't give us a right to be rude. It's important. Like, sorry, not important. Not even important, but it's okay to have these discussions and be critical about it, as long as we're making sure we're being respectful. Again, just want to make that as clear as possible.
I think that's all incredibly insightful. Also, like really quickly, to defend like the TCG OCG thing. When you look at the amount of competitors at Worlds, 27 in total this year. If I remember correctly, it was 7 OCG and 20 TCG. So that representation discrepancy is definitely a contributing factor as to why there is such a big difference in the top cut representation. If you look at like a deck like we'll say Vanquishable Canine in Swiss, and you see whatever 25% of it in Swiss, or like of the Swiss was Vanquishable Canine, and you expect something around 25, maybe 30 to 33% representation to move forward. And I think that's also how the player pool should be looked similarly. So I think it's like a pretty big factor that people aren't really giving respect to when it comes to that discussion.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, if you also even look at the Swiss round scores, like we had 3.
TCG needs to stop laughing at OCG decks for playing one nib. It's a bad meme. Okay, but some people also defend things OCG does, and as if it's like, and then without actually criticizing it. There are plenty of times that I still think playing the one nib is terrible. I don't care if you can draw into it. That doesn't mean it's good. Right? Like, we can nitpick and like critique everything. There are plenty of formats where drawing into nib isn't even a good option, right? Yeah. Do you think TCG is a sweatier game because it's more expensive? I don't have another perspective of how OCG functions to really comment on that. Today was talking about the time rules though and the structure. I have nothing to touch in this case. I'll say. What I've wondered is if the tournament structure for the way even Master Duel Worlds works, its differences from the more native settings for OCG players, either the Duels Cup format of Master Duel or the OCG tournament structures, which are smaller. If those make a big difference in supporting the TCG side, because we are more used to the long round tournaments, the time rules, that type of structure. Swiss with a top cut. Like, I think we're more used to that. And that's not entirely excuses, because same as you couldn't have made excuse that before that Japan's just better than America. But then they didn't have cards, make that excuse. No, like, if you do at some point need to close the gap via hard work, and in theory it should be possible, even if it, I don't know, because there could be several reasons like those, right? Or why it gives sides an advantage or disadvantage, but in theory it should be overcomable. We shouldn't be in the situation where it feels like one area just dominates more for so long. It feels weird. I don't know. It's interesting because it doesn't make sense. Because again, it's because I think the players from every region are overall of equal skill level, that going from lopsided in one direction to lopsided in the other, it's perplexing. And I've heard other people say that a lot of OCG players left Yu-Gi-Oh for the card games. I have no idea if that's true, but I'll just put that out there. Something I've been told.
X3 people make it to top 8. And we also had, so we had the Japanese player who had the double loss. We also had Mark from Thailand. He also went on an X3 record. So like it does kind of boil down to the nitty gritty in that sense. I don't think it's so easy to objectively say one format or one base of players is better than the other.
Yeah. And then the last thing I'll add on the deck building thing is, I will say, me personally, I was like really anti OCG, like we'll say like 3 years ago in terms of deck building. Like I didn't agree with, like really any decision. I was like, why are these 1 and 2 ofs there? But now that we've got like the multi armies in the format, I'm now beginning to understand like the math of it being a little bit different. So like now I'm like, okay, like hey, they were right a little bit. Like you'll see me like post side go to 2 of a card, or even like I'll side like 1 or 2 Nibiru in a situation where I know it's going to be available. I don't want to clog on it, etc. So I think even like, yeah, like especially when like the communities are not able to communicate as well. Obviously, you speak very eloquently and in English, but like I can't communicate with someone who speaks Japanese as well. So I can't just like ask these questions. So I think that is another big thing that people do is, I think especially as time has progressed, they just see something different and they just be like, oh, that's wrong, instead of giving some amount of credence to, hey, maybe they were right in this situation. Why is that situation correct for them?
I'm being inquisitive. Always ask why. Because you always want to find out. That's why we're even watching this, right? As I'm asking why the results happen, I'm trying to learn. That is my nature, but it's also how I got good. It's always ask why something the way it is, because you can adapt that information into something more meaningful. Maybe not, but maybe we can.
Yeah, I think also like a big deck building difference is that TCG often built for max consistency. Like I think the biggest issue that players would have with certain decks, like VSK9 for example, is that like it's too inconsistent, it's this and that. Whereas OCG, their deck building style is sometimes actually more like, how can I play around the most things? So it's not necessarily just maxi. Like for example, certain Malice decks would also just try to play around, like just losing to Lancia or just losing to an Imperm or things like that. So I think the logic kind of goes into it differently as well, and it depends on what kind of values you prioritize. And I don't think that either one is absolutely correct or absolutely wrong. I think I see a merit to both sides of how the deck building process works. And honestly, for the future, for the next time I go to Worlds,
I think this is wrong, by the way. I think my logic ass brain thinks there has to be a way that is correct. I think that the math behind 1Fs and 2Fs makes more sense than Maxi, so it is still correct. But it's not that there's 2 styles, it's just that the format is warped in a way where you build differently. There is still an optimized way of doing things. Like, I think a high roll versus consistency route is, again, more style nonsense that I think is wrong. I think that's that one doesn't make sense to me.
I plan to kind of fuse and incorporate both perspectives, and like really just understand both sides of the same coin, if you will.
Alrighty, Shane, it's been an honor and a pleasure. I've loved this conversation. I can't wait to share it with everybody. Any final words before I let you go and enjoy the rest of your holiday?
Yeah, I just want to give like a few massive shout outs. Massive shout out first to my girlfriend Karen. She supported me throughout this entire journey, and she's super proud and excited for me, even when I'm emoing in the corner. Also, shout out to all my friends back in Singapore, everyone that helped me. Calvin, Jiaheng Baha, Yogi, Lao Niang, Yi Hong, Yi Kang, so like yeah, just so many people, and also of course the friends that have been with me throughout this journey, Loyu, Kautier, Aston, CL, Izzy, Eugene, Zhao Guang, people like them, and also people that started with OS Emil, and people like ZP as well. Just so many people. The entire Singapore community came behind my back to really help me practice and help me build my deck and give like different opinions on even what deck I should play, because I was playing Yummy, I played Draco Tail as well, I played Christian K9. I was testing quite a bit on what deck to bring, and like everyone was just super supportive to help me teach me how these decks work and figure it out. And of course, shout out to Agora Hobby, the best card shop in Singapore, in my opinion. If you come down to Singapore, you want to check out card shop, that's the place to be at. They do casuals every Tuesday, Thursday. And yeah, I think that's about it. Sorry if I took too long over this conversation. I kind of went off yapping, but hopefully my sharing provides some insights to at least like how our format kind of feels. And also, thank you so much for giving and providing me this opportunity to share.
Oh, I loved every second of it. Thank you. Congratulations on your success. I expect nothing but big things from you in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe at a YCS. I'll see if I can show up to a YCS.
Sounds like a
It's time to
plan.
learn some TCG.
That'd be cool. All right. Once again, thank you to Aaron and Shane. You can watch the video here. Make sure to go like and subscribe, guys. And Aaron is a good friend of mine, so please make sure to give him some love. Last few comments here. You don't have to translate this point, but you feel like TCG is more aggressive with the side deck, like Featherstorm and Ryzeal, and OCG tends to do Solemns. So it's a bit different because of Maxi. Again, it does actually make a big difference. That changes things as well, but also the amount of rogue that exists means some more targeted cards can be worse. But again, that's where like the best players know how to evaluate a card for why it's good and then adapt it. And the TCG players, if they're playing to a format more like themselves, means that they don't have to do that. They can be lazy and it'll still work. But the OCG players, if they're lazy, are going to get screwed. And they have to know how to adapt properly. So you can argue that makes it easier for TCG players for sure. In fact, people talk about styles means the format's unsolved. I mean, you know, always people arguing with that. Isn't that gonna be subjective? You can argue anything subjective though. Right? If you say something like as an opinion, I don't know, man. Like if I tell you the Earth is flat and I'm rigid on it, you could argue that the Earth shape is subjective. Like some people, you can argue any fact on, and they'll argue back. So I don't know. I think I try and value logic as objectiveness. And I don't see much weight to it. I think we may not have all the answers to solve a problem, but there has to be an answer. And I feel rather confident in that fact. But again, you can argue with it. But I try to be based in pragmatism, logic, and math, and it's done me well. And I think I have some results to show that. But obviously, I mean, I'll always at least be open somewhat that I could be wrong. OCG also the most broken side deck cards. Anti-spell. I mean, it's a different format again. Maxi does warp so much. OCG also love living floodgates to floodgate the opponent back. Like thrust at debarrier after Maxi or Lancia. Yeah, we do that too. That's the same. Like when we get drolled or Lancia, you go thrust for a Sanctum or for barrier. That's the same. DDG. That's not different. That's just good Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, Cancer Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's well played. Well planned Yu-Gi-Oh, if you will. But all right, interesting video. Again, civilly, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I'm very curious how future worlds continue to play out. 3 years in a row, they've had rough performances, but we'll see if that changes. Sample size, as well as the limited number of players, can definitely restrict things. But I'm excited to see what comes in the future from both sides of the player base. And every player, you know. You would 100% be objective. You personally like Pack, where you at least listen to outside arguments and give objective reasoning on why it can or can't work. I'm not saying I don't either, though. Right? I'm saying that the style's just nonsense. Not that their style's nonsense, but the fact that a style exists. think the objective correct thing to do exists, even if it's almost impossible to reach that. The job of the player is to try to get as close to that as possible. Yep, that's how I feel. Okay, before we get into some deep philosophical discussions about forms and what is that, and it's the conversation below is where you can debate. But as I always say, please be respectful. And I know people love to not be respectful. Cough, cough. Thank you, MBT, for making fun of my commenters. Please don't do that. Even if you make a bad comment, that's okay. Just be nice, and I will forgive you. I won't be mad at you in the first place. I won't be mad at MBT. Sorry, MBT. You get called out. All right. Did I open the tins already? I did. You can watch them if you rewind the VOD. All right, we've been live for almost 4 hours. This is long for a Jesse stream. I guess I have a lot of energy right now. Dude, the weird thing is, not following a stream schedule, I have more
I
time
thought that Jesse was cooked.
to do a kind of free-flowing stream like this. Whereas during the day in my normal schedule, which I think is better for viewers, I can't do as long because I have so much going on. I don't know, this week I'll have weird times. Tomorrow I'll be live there with a new pack as well. Josh video, sure. These later day streams are nice. I don't know what to do. I'm in the middle of rethinking my entire content layout because right now I'm not happy with the way it's going. It's like not terrible, but I'm not growing the way I want to grow to the point where I'm actually making money. Like right now I make minimum wage, so that's great. But I'd like to do more. So as I'm restructuring and rethinking how I want to do things, you know, doing different stream hours is on my mind because I've struggled to maintain a stream schedule lately. It's been fucking hard because it is like the thing that gets pushed to the wayside the most. And if I have a more flexible stream schedule, I can stream more often because it means whenever I have time, I can do it. But it's all hard. I don't know. Ask us, I don't have the time for that shit. Unfortunately, that's never happening. Because people that have jobs, it allows us to follow along. For you, yes. For European players, my other time zone works. So it's weird, right? Because it's different. Different for everybody. You, Yosh, both. What? Is Buzz video canceled? No, I'm just struggling to find time. I'm not done it yet. It's something I talked about with my editor today. Like, that's partially why I'm restructuring. I want to do big videos, well thought out, scripted, edited well, but I'm struggling to find the time. Because it's 3 videos a week. I'm streaming. I have highlights. I'm competing. I have the Patreon, and then I'm doing the card stuff as well. The card stuff is slowing down because of tariffs, but until dude, I still have orders already placed that I have to handle. So it's been hard. I work a lot, and people may not realize it, but it's hard. His team is insane. Listen, it's not going to be the same as Wolfie's. I'm going to try to do my own style, but also similar type of thing, and just make it nice. It's not going to be the same, but still that sort of more scripted out, storyboarded thing is what I'm looking for, right? To try and grow Yu-Gi-Oh! And myself. Because for what it's worth, that's what got me into content creation most, was working with Sam and the idea of more higher production, more original stuff. Me just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With Farfa, like, that gets views, but low-key, I don't like that. That's like, whatever. I don't mind doing it either, but that's not what I want to do as a career. So that's not where I want the channel to really be. So yeah, lowbrow content. I'm pretentious. It's fine. Also, I think it's fine and it's fun, but it's not what I enjoy. That's not why I got into content creation. That's why streaming isn't my priority. Because that's what streaming is mostly. And that's why I stream less than other people. Because I want to focus more on the script on the YouTube. I don't need to do Farf like that. I don't think I was even being mean. It's just analysis of the situation. He's into different things. How's vending going? Terrible. Tariffs. Anyways, Josh video. 17 minutes, you can power through this. All right, Joshua Schmidt. Tell me what's going to change.
What is up, duelists? Welcome.
That was way louder, right, guys? I have to turn this down. Please tell me I'm not the only one who thought that was too loud. Do you know when Duel Night will be rebooted? I thought he was. I don't know. I actually don't know. Sam keeps going back and forth and that stuff, so I have no idea. It's a bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down a bit.
What is up, duelists? Welcome to a little bit of a different video than usual, which I'm not really used to doing, so I did
It's like barely is changing anything. Anyways, whatever.
make some bullet points on my screen just so I don't lose track. So if it ever seems like I'm not talking directly to the camera, that's because I want to upload this video unedited if possible, and I did write down some things, so excuse me. But things are gonna change on this channel and also on Twitch. But before anyone's worried, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop playing. I'm not gonna stop streaming or anything like that. There's no big drama, but there are going to be some meaningful changes with how I want to play this game, and that's gonna have some impact on my stream, my YouTube, and you are a big part of that, my viewers. And so I want to update you guys and tell you a little bit about how I'm feeling about the game.
Josh is dead. Oh no! I'm sorry. Probably bad taste. Whatever.
At the moment and what that's gonna mean moving forward. And it's always like this period after the season ends, after the World Championship. It's a special season to me where I reflect on how things have been going recently and how Worlds went and how I'm feeling about myself and so on and so forth. And maybe part of it is also I did turn 30 yesterday, so maybe that plays a role in it. But
I still got 5 years to go, baby. I'm still young, spry, in my 20s. I don't, this froze on a really funny face. I'm sorry. You guys gotta screen cap that face for him. Make an emote out of that. Anyway, I love freezing videos and just seeing the random faces they come on because he's mid-word.
Yeah, let's get into it without any further ado. I have been feeling very differently about like Master Duel versus TCG recently. And this is something that anyone who's watched my Master Duel streams in preparation for the Master Duel World Championship, you'll have noticed the way I've been feeling about Master Duel. And I don't want to ramble about that too much, but like it also just happens that I really enjoy the TCG right now, and that's got me thinking. I've been so focused on Master Duel in recent years, and I've always tried to cover both Master Duel and TCG as much as possible. I went to all of the TCG tournaments, but I also streamed Master Duel a lot, and of course participated in Master Duel World Championships 3 times in a row now, which is something I'm incredibly grateful for, even this year where I didn't qualify myself, but it was Quantal inviting Emra and myself back, which was awesome. It was awesome to be part of Master Duel Worlds, even though I don't really like the format at the moment. But like, this is something that instead of always having it clash in my head between like TCG and Master Duel for content, I wanna take this and use it more as like or view it more as an opportunity instead of like a competition, where it's basically I'm being presented with 2 options. I'm being presented with TCG and Master Duel as ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh, and I can always pursue the one that gives me more enjoyment and more fulfillment. Now, the one thing I don't want to do anymore as much moving forward is always choose the one that gets the better numbers in terms of YouTube and Twitch, because that recently it has been Master Duel for me personally.
That's a bold choice. I feel like you have to. Yeah. Yeah, okay. A lot of people ask me to do TCG content, but it doesn't have the numbers. I guess you're gonna get it from Josh. It's gonna hurt his channel probably. If it doesn't, great. But yeah, okay.
But that, I feel like it's also a little bit of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because Master Duel is always the one that's easier to make content for, visually as well. Like,
this is why you see me do less local vlogs now, because it takes so much time to get the card, especially not living in the States. Then I have to actually go to locals, then I come back and then I record commentary over it. And me as opposed to just playing Master Duel, it takes maybe 4 times as long to do it. Josh's tilt, which is well thought out video. I know he's had these sentiments since before Worlds even started, so I talked to him briefly about it. So I imagine this is well thought out, not a knee jerk reaction to what happened at Worlds.
It's just a more visually appealing thing. Log on, play the game, talk about the game that you're playing. It's super easy, super convenient. But I have realized, that is no longer the thing that I enjoy the most, at least at the moment. We'll talk about more about my plans for Master Duel in the future in a second, but just for now, understand that like in recent times, I just haven't been vibing with Master Duel as much as I have with the TCG. Like whenever I had TCG tournaments, and especially the current TCG format, I've just been enjoying it so much more. I've been looking forward to playing it more, and therefore I have reached a conclusion that that is what I want to focus on at the moment. And I have decided that I want to commit to the World's Grind in the TCG for the next season, and that is obviously going to be heavily impacting my content as well, because I can't just be focusing on Master Duel as much with the upcoming season. Because another thing that I've been struggling with in the past year or two is work-life balance. It might sound trivial to someone who, I mean, streamer, right? Like a real job, haha. But I've been
Dude, it tilts me so much when people say I'm unemployed. Here in chat, you know what I'm talking about. Because I fucking work crazy amounts.
been struggling with it. I've been streaming a lot, and most of I haven't really had time off. If anything, the time I had off was to travel to either tournaments or other content creator related things. Like whenever I got to travel to Windsor for Konami related work, that was always really fun. But basically, the only times I really had time off was also Yu-Gi-Oh related, and also content creation related a lot of the times. Like when I would travel to tournaments, it would involve partially creating content and so on and so forth. And it really wasn't much outside of like I would take a day off here and there if I didn't feel like streaming, or if I was sick, but like if you're sick, it doesn't really feel like you actually have time off that you use to like recover and stuff. And so I've been struggling with that a little bit, because one thing, I mean, being self-employed as a streamer has a lot of positives that I'm really happy about. Like, for example, I can choose, in theory, when I stream and when I work. Basically, I can take time off in theory whenever I want to. In reality, though, it kind of like gives you this feeling of like whenever you're not streaming, you feel like you should.
You feel like anytime you're resting could be spent working, because you have, dude, I'm stopping his face at the weirdest times. I mean, anytime you're not working, you feel like you're being lazy, right? And there's always something to do. There's no PTO. Well, you build it for yourself, right? Like, I'm happy with what I've been able to build. Obviously, I still want more out of it, but I've done a lot, right? And in Yu-Gi-Oh! And the vending business, out of my collection, and content creation. I really hope we hit 100,000 subs this year. Please sub to my YouTube, share it around. But yeah, I mean that's my point, right? Like it's it's what was I gonna say? It's hard. Being self-employed can be hard. It has perks, but also has downsides. It's give and take. It's never a simple answer.
Should be streaming, and you should be making money right now, because you're not, and because you get to choose, you always feel like you're letting people down when you're not streaming. People will be in my Discord and be like, "Oh, is there no stream today, Sag?" and so on and so forth. Which, of course, no. I mean, I'm happy to see that people want to watch the stream, of course. Like it, but it does create this sort of situation where you kind of wanna stream always, basically, and you never want to take time off, and that's been taking its toll on me. And even though I did, for example, I did fine in a lot of the tournaments I entered, but I always feel like I could have spent more time preparing. But then whenever I would spend time preparing, it would be time that I wouldn't take the time to prepare for tournaments. I wouldn't take that time off of my streaming time. I would take it off of my free time, quote unquote, right? Like I would try to sacrifice as little stream and work time as possible for any of the other things, and which always basically meant I would take it off of free time. You know, I wouldn't really take many days off to prepare for Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. Of course, like before I go to a YCS, I usually recently I've been taking off like a day or two before I travel. But like in general, I've been struggling with like a healthy work-life balance, and especially in regards to doing the TCG Worlds grind, which I've done in the past. And I know how stressful it can be. I've made the decision, you know, we're gonna have to adjust the stream schedule at least a little bit for the upcoming season, which for some of you is even going to be a positive, because I'll tell you the way I feel like I figured it out, and why I've changed it in that way. Because for those of you that didn't know, basically previously I would always stream 4 days a week, with occasional weekend streams whenever there was, you know, a big tournament happening that I wanted to cover, or Master Duel Challenger Cups or other tournaments or whatever. So it usually was 4 streams a week, and then streams on the weekends occasionally. And I would usually use the Friday wasn't really an off day for me. The Friday was more a day that I would use to like coordinate like YouTube uploads, talk to my editors, prepare thumbnails, and so on and so forth. You know, the Friday was usually a day I would use for like behind the scenes work, essentially. And the way I want to change this moving forward is I still want to stream 4 days a week on a regular, in like a normal week, but I'm going to change the days to, instead of Monday through Thursday, I'm going to change it to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. With the reason being that if I have tournaments on Saturday and Sunday, those streams will basically just be off days. And it feels like in my head that makes a difference, because previously,
You guys are gonna see a lot less Josh. Because, and then if those are bigger tournaments, he has to do travel days too. There might be days you don't see him for a week. Wow. That's a bigger change than I expected. It's always, you know, kind of grounding. You see someone from the surface level, and for you guys it's through a screen, but even when you see someone like me, I know Josh a little more personally, but still not a lot. You see them through your own lens, not through an entire lens, right? So you don't see everything that's happening in their life, right? You don't know exactly everything that's fueled this change. It's I mean, he tells you some stuff, obviously. It may not be all. Maybe it is all. It's interesting, because it kind of makes you remember everyone else has a lot of shit going on in their life that you have no idea about. You gotta be kind, understanding, and respectful in every regard. It's just a good way to go about living life, but just ground you a little bit. You wonder what his upload schedule will be like with less streaming content? Well, I imagine he'll get to that. It's still 8 minutes in the video. Can't remember his face anymore. Hey, this pause wasn't as bad. The other
let's say my stream schedule was Monday to Thursday, and then I had tournaments on Saturday and Sunday, it was harder for me to just...
His last stream was 6 days ago already. Okay. Y'all remember... You guys, go look at how much I streamed during the summer. It's fucking brutal. My viewers have dropped. I feel bad for you guys, and I can see it affecting my stream content. But that's why I don't focus on streaming, because I know if I was stressing over this, I'd be so stressed right now. And I don't know how Josh will be able to handle it. I mean, maybe he will. Maybe he'll reverse. Maybe he'll just... I don't know. It's yeah. His time off his birthday was also at 2 regionals on the weekend, right? I don't know how travel's like in Germany exactly. I know there's the train, though I know it's bad. And how far the regionals are from him. My geography in Germany is like, I know major cities, but that's about it. Like, I know where Cologne is, but yeah, I think that's where he lives. And point is, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. I don't know if he'll have to have travel days, right? Because we played Saturday, Sunday this week. Who says he got home Sunday? What if he got home Monday, right? Then he can't stream. And then if he wants to, then it's Tuesday. Then when does he stream, right? He doesn't. So yeah. What being 30 does to a person? Having a life. Cavill train is horrible in Germany. I've done it twice now, and there were delays every single time I've been on a train there. Not impressed. France was good. France was great. Japan awesome with that. Japan is the best, but I haven't been to China, but Japan was the best. France was really good. Germany was not good. Honestly, Canada, America are fine. They're not You don't have many options of where to go. When you take the train, it's fine. Is ancient Egypt in the Grand Canyon? What are you even talking about? Our paleo guy's becoming a paleo card. Bro's calling him ancient.
Take Monday and Tuesday off. I would do it occasionally, but it would always feel bad because people expected streams on those days because they were part of the regular schedule. And with this new schedule, I feel like if there's a tournament on Sunday, I'm just naturally gonna post like, hey, I'm at this tournament on Sunday. So today's stream is gonna be is gonna be off basically. And people won't be like logging in on Monday and expect a stream from me because that's not part of the regular schedule. So I can relax after the tournament, for example. And in some ways, you know, doing the TCG grind will give me more content for you guys as well, you know, because just by going to tournaments and so on and so forth, I'm going to be so much more involved with the TCG.
I'm very curious how this will do because from my experience, some of the more competitive TCG content really doesn't get the audience I wish it did. So it's partially why I don't do it. It's just not, people don't watch it. If maybe I have to market it differently or do something better, but it's been something that if I could focus more on it, I maybe would, but it just doesn't get what I want. That's partially why I have the Patreon, where I can post more competitive stuff, but I charge for it because there needs to be a way for it to be worth my time. And it's not making money on YouTube. The alternative is just don't do it.
TCG. I'm going to have updated deck lists. I'm going to have a lot more input to give because I'm just going to be playing the TCG more actively. I'll have more opportunities to try out different decks, you know, and so on and so forth. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I do think, of course, by streaming Saturday and Sunday in the weeks where there's no tournaments, I will have maybe even more people that are able to tune in because it's the weekend. You know, not everyone gets to watch me during the week, but only has time on the weekend. And I think for those people, it's going to be nice. Of course, I'm still going to be live during the week on Thursdays and Fridays. So people that only are able to watch me during the week will still get to do so on those days.
There's not allowed to play DB. Remote duel streams are boring as there's no chat interaction. So all that's left is yapping. Is he saying he's doing no Master Duel? Yeah, him being sponsored by Konami means no DB, but honestly, DB sucks anyways. Like, even if I was doing TCG, I don't know what I would do, because DB's fucking terrible. I'm a big DB hater. And I'm not even sponsored by them. Like, I will shit talk Konami all night and day if I have to, but I'm not gonna justify DB because I don't agree with Konami. It's just I don't think it's good. That's because the format sucks. I mean, yeah, it's fine, though.
So I feel like in some ways we get the best of both worlds there, and it's going to make it easier for me to sometimes, you know, actually have time off when I have stressful weeks, because having these you know, it's like there goes more into this than just like the days you actually stream or the hours you actually stream. There's a lot of stuff that I do after I end stream. You know, I look through clips, I look through stuff to turn into main channel videos, I look through all my stuff to turn into
you deal with sponsors, so emails you're responding to. You have to coordinate with an editor, thumbnail artist as well. Oftentimes you spend reviewing metrics on YouTube and whatever, Twitch as well, to see what needs you for growth. You have to plan out content. It's a lot of stuff that goes on. And then as well, in our position, when you're known for being good at the game, you have to make sure you stay good at the game. So you have to practice some degree as well. Maybe not a ton because we have the fundamentals down. We don't have to practice much as like a new player does to get better. But we still have to make sure we're up to date enough of the time. And that's why sometimes when I have a tier list, it's not always the weekend of release. It's because I don't know yet what the tier list is. I have to wait. And sometimes I rush it and it makes me a bit sad. I maybe did it wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen Kevin's studio yet, but TCG streams are still rough. And the problem is you need 3 people there then, right? Because if you don't have a commentator or someone interacting with chat, it still becomes kind of vanilla. It's all kind of rough.
Channel videos. I coordinate all my thumbnails, and so on and so forth. Like there's more to it than just the hours that I'm streaming. And so like I think this is gonna make it easier for me to coordinate all that stuff, and while still
Coda streams barely break 500. There's more nuance to that. We both know that. But, like, you can't just use those numbers, but comparative numbers, right? So Josh's numbers are usually over 1,000. So his are dropping. I don't know if Kevin's are dropping. Like mine are not. Don't hit that much. Like my streams really lately have only been 300, but when there's a new pack in Master, it's like 500 to 600, and that's really all I get. Like it's not crazy amounts, but if you make that argument, my Master is less than 500. It's different streamers. You can't make the same comparison. With TCG streamers, they tend to poor audio, even if the video is okay. I think that's not really the biggest thing, but you could fix that so easily too, unless you're going to locals.
be able to focus on like some free time with my fiance, some also like I'm trying to get better at looking after my physical and mental health. That's also something I want to do more. And I feel like I've arrived at a point where if I actually want to compete in the TCG, which I really want to do, I'm so hyped to compete in the TCG this upcoming season, I'm gonna have to make some adjustments to how I approach my work, basically. And if that means that in the beginning the numbers are going to be lower because I'm not streaming Master Duel all the time, which maybe is what more people want to see, honestly, I think I'm fine with that. I think I'm okay with that. I'm still going to try my hardest to bring you guys good content. I've looked into new ways to create TCG content as well. I've ordered a GoPro, for example, to record my locals.
Excited to see what he does.
And also potential regionals. I have to check with regional organizers and Konami policy to which extent I can do that. But like I'm planning to, for example, record a lot of TCG gameplay, and then instead of just uploading it without commentary whatsoever, I plan to watch it on stream and actually talk through my plays and like basically teach you guys on how I play my decks that way. So like the way I look at it is like we could be looking at something like, I'm going to publish a deck profile of a deck I played over the weekend, and then we're going to go over like maybe the 1, 2, or 3 best matches with that deck. We're going to go over those on stream so I can actually like explain how I'm approaching this deck and how you would actually be able to play it. And like in my mind,
Wait, sorry, he said he is streaming at a regional?
Best matches with that deck. We're going to go over those on stream so I
Well, no, I must have missed. I didn't hear him saying that. That's not allowed if you said that.
and actually talk through my plays and like basically teach you guys my work, basically. And if that means that in the beginning the numbers are going to be lower because I'm not streaming Master Duel all the time, which maybe is what more people want to see, honestly, I think I'm fine with that. I think I'm okay with that. I'm still going to try my hardest to bring you guys good content. I've looked into new ways to create TCG content as well. I've ordered a GoPro, for example, to record my locals and also potential regionals. I have to check.
Oh, that's what he meant. Yeah, that's not allowed. You can do locals if you get consent. Like that's why, like I showed you guys, I can't record locals for the videos. So instead, I have fucking pages of notes on my phone, because after the match is done, and I feel sorry people wanted to talk to me at events at the regionals last weekend. The match is done, and I'm typing away what happened in the match. That way I can analyze it later for a video, because otherwise it's... And then you have to animate everything. It's way harder. After the Master Duel guy, I've been Master Duel. Mostly. It's just... I'm more YouTube than streaming. But maybe I need to stream more. Fill the void. I mean, now the Worlds is done, I will have some more time. I'm not going to stream as much as he did, though. I can't. Anyways, yeah. Oh, excuse me.
With regional organizers and Konami policy to which extent I can do that. But like I'm planning to, for example, record a lot of TCG gameplay, and then instead of just uploading it without commentary whatsoever, I plan to watch it on stream and actually talk through my plays and like basically teach you guys on how I play my decks that way. So like the way I look at it is like we could be looking at something like, I'm going to publish a deck profile of a deck I played over the weekend, and then we're going to go over like maybe the 1, 2, or 3 best matches with that deck. We're gonna go over those on stream so I can actually like explain how I'm approaching this deck and how you would actually be able to play it. And like in my mind, this is just good TCG content as well that I just.
Before Josh TCG needs to take a vacation from Yu-Gi-Oh! Looks like he needs it. So, okay, this is something that gets on my nerves a lot. Don't say someone looks like they need something. Like, it is presumptuous in some situation. It goes back to the whole, you don't understand what they're going through. Let them make their own decisions, right? And, it's not really the same type of compassion. It's just be understanding what they decide, and then just, that's it. I think that's all you have to do. Josh got back by canceling the show out of Farfa. Yeah. You gotta do something like how Wolfie does it. That's kind of the goal. Not the exact same, but that's what I'm trying to do. Time is so hard to find though. It's actually rough. I have to call the credit card company to cancel my credit card after this too. I haven't eaten dinner yet either. I go to bed at like 11, so that's gonna be fun.
Haven't been able to make previously, or maybe I could have, but it just felt like it was too much for me to handle. And now I'm actually motivated to look into this sort of content. So in some ways, if you're looking forward to this,
trying to qualify for CC World means he's out of the Snipe Hunters. I don't want to speak completely on behalf of them, but having talked to each of the three of them, both Snipe Hunters and Team 7 are done. And that's why I posted on Twitter, and I guess this was like a soft announcement. The trilogy ends of us three, and it ends unsatisfying with both of us not doing well at Worlds. But I'm pretty sure neither team will be making a comeback to Worlds ever. Yeah.
This might even just be a positive change for you, because of course some streams are gonna be off because I'm gonna be going to tournaments, but those tournaments will also result in, I think, pretty good TCG content, or at least I hope so. So this is something I look forward to, and I hope some of you guys will also look forward to it. And I really hope that by putting in some work to increase the quality of TCG content.
Boruto arc incoming. That last World was Boruto arc. Now it's something else. Hopefully we can requalify. The team is looking like for this year if we can. Me, Sam, and Pack, some Supreme Pro. Hopefully you guys will enjoy that. And then if we do the whole Master Madness crew, will be at Worlds because Nash is already requalified, being the reigning champion. That ever made a sound more final than your heart could handle? I mean, I wasn't joking. The trilogy ends, and every story must come to a close. And that's the end of Team 7. It was fun. Very happy with it. Hopefully, Supreme Pro would will do you guys justice as well. Boruto also is a time skip. Nah, fuck that. We're done.
I'm able to maintain, some of these numbers that I've been having with Master Duel, which at the same time, people have been asking, like, are you not going to play any more Master Duel at all? I will play Master Duel. I will not be taking it as seriously in the competitive sense as I did in the last 3 years, of course, like grinding for Duelist Cups and the World Championship basically every single year. I'm still gonna follow it because at the end of the day, it is Yu-Gi-Oh! And only because I don't enjoy it as much at the moment with like the power level that Malice is at, and of course Maxi existing and so on and so forth. It's still Yu-Gi-Oh! I still enjoy it, and there's still gonna be good formats in Master Duel, I'm sure. Like for example, once the Justice Hunters decks get to Master Duel, that is going to be a pretty cool format even in Master Duel. So we're still gonna follow it. We're still gonna like log in every once in a while. I'm gonna have like Master Duel days on stream, where we check out new packs, or maybe we just play some of my pet decks, like we log in, we play some Paleo just because, that's fun to me as well. And if I have time on the weekend of a Duelist Cup, I might even try and see how well I'm doing, because I always enjoy the Duelist Cup streams as well. They're stressful, but they're enjoyable for me. And then, something like the Master Duel WCQ, depending on how it's going in the TCG Worlds grind, maybe I'll take the weekend and try to qualify for Master Duel Worlds next year. Who knows? It also is going to depend on the format. Basically, I'm just not going to force myself to do it. Like if a Duelist Cup format is Tenpai format, which it was last December, I force myself to play it because, you know, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh streamer, I'm a Master Duel streamer, you know, got to get back to Master Duel Worlds and so on and so forth. And I really didn't enjoy that, you know, and this is just not something I'm gonna force myself to do moving forward.
Malice Cup.
If I don't enjoy the Master Duel format and there's a Duelist Cup, I'm not gonna commit to a 72-hour grind in a format that I don't enjoy, even if it means I have a slightly worse chance at making it to Worlds. Who knows? But Master Duel is not gonna go anywhere. You know, like if I will still check it out every once in a while with new releases and so on and so forth. It's basically just whenever I feel like it. For now, TCG is gonna be a bigger focus for me, which is going to be reflected in the content on Twitch and YouTube. So if you have anything that is TCG related that you would really like to see, whether it's guides, deck profiles, gameplay videos, all that sort of things, if you have anything you really want me to cover with regard to TCG content, let me know in the comments down below. If you prefer weekend streams over streams under the week, also let me know that, because that's valuable info for me. And just in general, you know, your thoughts on all of this is always very welcome. If you've been watching until this point, I assume you care about the channel, which means a lot to me. So thank you. I feel very happy about the opportunity to do this entire thing as my job. It just feels like in recent months it's been turning more and more into an actual job than, like, you know, just sharing the passion about my hobby, which is something I want to find again in these upcoming months. That's basically my main priority. I want to
You know, it's not exactly what expected, but it's funny how players are hoping for Mouse from WrestleFront when we were still in Snake Up format in Master Duel. Now we can't wait for Josh. Yeah, Star Rizel and Best of One. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, Mouse was rough.
focus more on my enjoyment of Yu-Gi-Oh, and I feel like that is going to make for more enjoyable content at the same time. At least that's my hope. Yeah, that's basically it. If you've been watching until this point, let me know your thoughts down below. Thank you so much for getting me to this point. I think TCG is awesome right now. That's the main takeaway. That's the main reason for all of this. I enjoy TCG a lot. I want to get back into it. I want to try my best to get back to TCG Worlds next year, because watching TCG Worlds this year was really inspiring to me and really motivating. So yeah, that's basically all I've been wanting to say. A little bit of an update to the channel. I hope I haven't been rambling too much.
Okay. I really have the Konami's releasing this right now so we can get this shit out of the way ASAP. I wish it wasn't for a Duelist Cup, but hopefully after this they just get the fucking shit out of here. I'm so sick of it. Another real 9-to-5 job. I work way more than 9 to 5, but I'm self-employed in everything I do. The vending, the coaching, the content, the competing, but it's not a traditional 9 to 5, no. I appreciate the videos like this. It's important to lift the curtain, remind viewers that there's human in there. I hope that I do that with you guys on the stream. I feel like I'm pretty open. I always try to be open. So yeah. Because I think there shouldn't ever have to be that. For YouTube there is, because it's more scripted, but Twitch is supposed to be the different type of thing. That's why I try to do it the way I do. Yeah. I don't know. You hope the studio realizes Maxi isn't healthy in the game? Yeah, nice. Just it'll pay rent. That's a big reason why I'm able to save up savings, and I will do that. Pretty harsh reaction to a bad Master Duel format. Master Duel's still the future and accessible to audiences. It's not just Malice though. I don't like, and I'm sure it's not just you, the Master Duel itself. It's the entire work-life balance thing he was talking about. Again, you don't see everything, and it can be hard. We go over to YouTube metrics sometimes, yeah, and I don't mind. I think transparency within industries is the best way to foster understanding and growth together, because most of the time resentments or rivalries or issues often just arise out of people not understanding each other or miscommunication or lack of clarity, and being someone who's conflict averse, obviously, I think just being open is the best way to do it. And obviously, I never give away information that somebody else gave to me in confidence, or would be a risk to somebody's safety or well-being or against their own wishes. But as far as my information goes, I try to be open about it because I think that helps. We're on Google on Monday to help pay for your card donation. Let's go. That's how real you are. It unfortunately makes you approachable at events when you're trying to focus on playing a lot. That's where the VIP area is nice. When I want to be alone, I can make myself be alone. So it's okay. People think streaming is just showing up in front of the camera. I mean, there are points where it's an easier job and it does flow, but you have to do it as well even when you're not vibing. Of course, you have some people who can be irritating in chat. Thankfully, you guys today have been fantastic. I've not had anybody that actually had a problem. Sometimes you do. What was it? Last week, somebody kept in just saying how much I sucked. And like, I try and not ban people over opinions like that because it's not harmful. But it's obviously like, dude, what are you doing here? And you have to maintain composure. I have the lights on always in front of me, which can be, it's not huge issues, but you know, these are things. And there's more than just being on camera that you guys see, right? This is not my entire job. You get that the social aspect is not nearly as fun. Playing the physical card game versus playing Master Duel isn't the same thing, even outside of the formats. They do have differences. Even in the skill level wise, because reading body language and sequence of plays is different than a Master Duel. Because in Master Duel, you're not reading body languages as much as you're reading toggles. And there is a bit of an art to both of them, but they're not the same. And learning the toggle stuff is something that I'm still learning to do and get better at. Whereas in TCG and the real life stuff, I'm way better at it. Josh is too. I don't know if he's still learning the Master Duel stuff, but I've seen him be really good at the TCG stuff. Is what I meant. And I'm not trying to speak for him on the other aspect, but regardless, yeah. TCG encourages social interactions, pretty positive mental health. Yeah, I love TCG. Yeah. Cool. That pretty much wraps it up, right? I'm curious to see how the channel transforms and how it'll do. Not even just as a curious watcher, but also as, what do you call it? A competitor in the same market space, right? Of being a YouTuber, a UK YouTuber, right? And someone with the same niche of being a competitive player as well. What works for him, right? Because you don't want to copy, but you want to adapt things that work in your own way for essentially anything. And that stays true. So I'm curious how TCG does for him. I don't necessarily want to do more TCG, but I've been averse to even trying it because the numbers haven't done well for me when I have. Yeah. Okay. I have been live for about 4.5 hours, guys. This is for sure more than my normal stream. So thank you all for coming on my odd hours. I may have a couple more odd hour streams this week. Hopefully I get back into more of an actual schedule. And as I said, this will be a bit of a transition time this month. This was the same last year, as I kind of plan out what I want from the rest of the year. Maybe the way Josh is doing. I don't plan to do too big of changes. I think the biggest change is going to be in terms of the hours and how much I stream or / make videos, so that I can focus on different aspects of content creation. I'm still Master Duel and TCG focused at the same time, with Worlds being a goal regardless of which way it is. And yeah, so don't expect a video as drastic as this. In fact, I don't expect a video at all, but I'll continue to be open with you guys through Twitch. Yeah. You like these hours better? Well, it's not completely out of the way. If I ever do like Pokemon Pocket streams, it would be more like this hours, like after hours, ranked with just whatever. But then it would be less structured content, because this was structured, right? I planned all this stuff to do. I haven't watched this video yet, obviously, but I planned to watch these 2 videos, open tins, and discuss the regionals for the stream. Went a little bit longer than I expected, but whatever. What I've considered, if I have time, doing late night streams or after hour streams where it's not a structure of like schedule, it's just play either Pocket or Ranked Master Duel to learn and to play the game and show a stream while doing so. But maybe, we'll see.
I thought that Jesse
Snipe Ray in Pocket. He stays up a little too late for me is the problem. I go to bed like midnight at the latest. I try to aim for around 11 p.m. So, yeah. 25 score in 4 years. Thank you so much, Pack. Appreciate you all. Catch you later, testing partner. I would just talk about being on the same team. I'm gonna ask. You mean the boat's going to Pittsburgh? Yeah, we'll be driving. Mitra, Facade, and Sharuk. I don't know if anybody knows who those names are, but it'll be fun. We're going to play the worst run of all time in Master Duel. When the new pack comes out in a couple hours, I'm obviously not going to be awake to that. I'm going to aim to start stream at 1 p.m. Actually, let me check my calendar. I planned at 1 p.m. Tomorrow Eastern, so not that long. However, I didn't actually check my calendar. Let me see if I have anything else planned. Nope, it's open. Yeah, unless there's something coming up, it'll be 1 p.m. and I'll try to do as much as I can. Reacts video, no time. I didn't plan on doing it. Somebody just suggested it. And honestly, this has gone a little longer than I planned. I would like to have dinner before it's fucking too late. It's like 10 p.m. and I'm pretty hungry. Push yourself as Fentic so you can remember. Yeah, if you introduce me as your screen name, it is much more likely for me to recognize you. For example, I saw Raw Rim a Dinosaur at a Worlds, though he insisted it was Raw I'm a Dinosaur, but my way's better. So, anyways, all for now. And again, I'm not gonna see you guys that a long way. If it's not at 1 p.m., I will for sure be live tomorrow to discuss. That's actually not my area code, or not the one I have on my phone. My mom has that, but mine is not. Anyways, yeah, I'll be live tomorrow with some packs. I'm gonna have like 25,000 gems loaded up, so I'll have some gems. Not a crazy amount, but we'll have a good amount of gems. Open packs. I'll try to get some games in. I want to play over the course of the next few days. Gem Knights, Magistus, Malice. With anything else in the new packs to go over? Stuff with Brilliant Fusion. Brilliant Fusion tier. So there's plenty of stuff to try. So I will try stream a little more if I can. But anyways, it's gonna be all. And have a night, guys. Peace. Send you out with some Christmas music. Oh, where's the outro? There we go. Negate!